the great swordsman of Marvel. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 176 Leaving. Upon hearing Monday's words, Fury was speechless. His words hit the nail on the head. 60% of the Earth's defense system was now under the control of the US government, with S.H.I.E.L.D. holding the remaining 40%. This was to prevent any single party from gaining control of the defense system, which could lead to drastic changes and a national crisis. Therefore, Chen Feng could easily persuade Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to transfer the power to modify the Earth's defense system to him. Chen Feng, you must understand that the Earth's defense system represents the survival of the entire planet. I cannot easily agree to your request. Fury shook his head, his expression serious, and refused Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng had consistently helped Earth fight against alien creatures, other actions made him uneasy. For example, his disobedience to S.H.I.E.L.D's commands and his overwhelming strength. Fury, are you forcing me to use violence against you? Chen Feng's eyes suddenly sharpened, and an invisible pressure spread across everyone. Fury's heart tightened, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He remained silent, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to respond. One wrong move, and S.H.I.E.L.D. might be engulfed in bloodshed. Two choices: either I automatically transfer the responsibility, or I'll take matters into my own hands. In that case, all your hard work and effort will be wiped out, Chen Feng said, enunciating each word clearly. His expression was extremely solemn as he glanced at the clock on the wall. I'll give you 3 more minutes to decide. With that, he turned and walked to the sofa beside him, settling down comfortably. Tony pointed to his watch, reminding Fury and the others to keep track of the time. Monday remained motionless, standing still. But its eyes darted around, as if surveying the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. Fury, should we just start a war with it? We can't be this pathetic. Rogers pulled Fury aside to a corner. His tone was extremely harsh, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. No way. Have you forgotten the power Chen Feng displayed? That's something we can't handle. And the cosmic cube is still in his hands. Have you forgotten how terrifying that thing is? Fury immediately objected. He would never do something so impossible. Then what do you suggest? Hand over Earth's defense system to him? Then we'll all be living under his threat. Rogers seemed very anxious, his words carrying a hint of impulsiveness. Rogers, calm down. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. You've dealt with Yi Shen so many times, have you ever seen him harm ordinary people? Fury's words suddenly jolted Rogers awake. Before, it was only because of Chen Feng's provocation that he lost his basic judgment. Now, thinking back, Chen Feng, apart from mocking him, hadn't actually harmed any ordinary people. It could only be said that compared to superheroes like them, Chen Feng simply wouldn't actively help ordinary people. So you mean, you're handing over the Earth defense system to him? Rogers stared at Fury in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Fury, known for his ruthless methods, would submit to Chen Feng. He had no choice but to trust him, otherwise, no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. would be safe. Fury reluctantly reached out. The seemingly invincible weapons within S.H.I.E.L.D. were child's play compared to Chen Feng's. Moreover, he had Tony, a genius scientist, by his side. A former arms dealer, his firepower was certainly no less than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s. Time was up. Chen Feng glanced at the clock, slowly stood up, like an elegant gentleman. It seems you've made your choice. Chen Feng smiled slightly and walked to Fury's side. Yes, we've made our choice. The Earth defense system is in your hands. Fury nodded, having been forced into this situation. But you must promise me you will never harm ordinary people, and you must steadfastly protect the Earth and prevent it from being invaded by aliens. Don't worry, I won't end up like you, having to rely on nuclear weapons to protect the Earth. Chen Feng casually waved his hand, a strange smile playing on his lips. However, Fury and Rogers felt as if a sharp blade had pierced their hearts, drawing blood and causing them immense pain. Every detail of the war resurfaced in their minds. Don't forget your conditions, promise me, Fury solemnly reminded them. No problem, Chen Feng made a K gesture and quickly signaled Fury to proceed with a handover ceremony. After receiving Chen Feng's promise, Fury led the three to the most secretive and heavily guarded location within S.H.I.E.L.D. They took an elevator directly underground, the air growing increasingly thinning. A crisp sound rang out as the elevator stopped. The scene before them was eerie and silent, as if they had entered an ancient, unchanging land of death. "Come on," Fury beckoned, expertly leading the group to a machine. "This is the computer that controls Earth's defense system. Have Monday receive its data. Why not just transfer the access to me directly?" Chen Feng looked at Fury with suspicion. "No, once the access is transferred, the higher-ups will notice, causing an even bigger uproar. So this method is necessary," Fury firmly refused. Chen Feng also didn't want any contact with the US High Command, or even to create conflict with them. "Okay, Zhao, otherwise, endless trouble would follow. On Monday, transmit the data and then take over." Chen Feng patted Monday on the shoulder, making room for it. "Yes, Mr. Chen Feng." Monday walked step by step to the computer, extending several long pipes from its body and connecting them to the computer. "Just wait, the data is enormous." Fury watched Monday receive the data. Although he felt very uncomfortable, he had to accept this reality. The main reason was the difference in strength, otherwise, there would have been no need to make this bet with Chen Feng. Or rather, due to his own strength, he couldn't refuse this bet. Since Monday's creation, Earth's defense system had been Chen Feng's prey. "Fury, isn't your S.H.I.E.L.D's layout and format quite impressive?" Tony said with a smile after wandering around. To Fury, this was a blatant taunt. But at this moment, Fury was powerless to retaliate. Because the one who brought them here was himself. "I'm going to build an underground tunnel in my house someday. What a lush environment. It'll definitely be perfect for certain things." Tony walked up to Fury with a wicked grin, his expression utterly smug. "Watch your mouth, Tony." Rogers stepped in front of Fury and sternly admonished him. While respect was due to Chen Feng, Rogers wasn't afraid of Tony, this playboy who only knew how to talk big. "Oh? A loser like you? Can't even catch venom? S.H.I.E.L.D. has been reduced to your protection." "How laughable," Tony retorted sarcastically. The two men's personalities were completely incompatible. Unless in dire straits, they would clash head-on, like fire and water. "Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is reduced to my protection, I don't need someone who only knows how to hide in a turtle shell to lecture us," Rogers replied with equally unreserved laughter. The tension between them was already building. "All right, Tony, this is someone else's home, don't be so arrogant." Chen Feng quickly stopped Tony. Tony shrugged, stepping back. "I just don't want to listen to those two idiots arguing like they're brainless." Okay, since Chen Feng said that, I won't bother with you, you brainless, muscular bastard." Bucky, standing next to Rogers, couldn't resist rushing forward, radiating a terrifying killing intent. His killer instincts kicked in. "Bucky, there's no need to argue with someone who only talks big, it just makes us look narrow-minded," Rogers said, blocking Bucky's path with a righteous expression. Tony, who had stepped back, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. He desperately wanted to summon his Iron Man suit and teach Rogers a lesson. "That foul-mouthed muscleman, by the way, Chen Feng, didn't you catch venom? Give it to me." Since Fury had already entrusted Earth's defense system to Chen Feng, he had to get something from him. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. "Venom? What do you want it for? What if it gets away? Are you going to go and catch it again?" Chen Feng looked at Fury with suspicion, his words filled with distrust. "Please, don't look down on S.H.I.E.L.D., okay? We're supposed to protect Earth, surely we can handle this kind of thing." Fury was utterly unimpressed, giving an awkward smile. "It's just the impression you give me." Chen Feng shook his head. "Although I didn't want to say it, there was no need to lie. Let them realize their shortcomings. That's the true meaning of good medicine tastes bitter. Loyalty is hard to swallow. You must understand this principle. Don't always think I'm praising you, actually, I'm encouraging you, Siri, that you can become better." Chen Feng, with a benevolent air, even sighed. Upon hearing this, Fury and Rogers stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng. Their expressions could only be described as ghosts. Yuming was praising us, and even claimed it was for our own good. Who would believe that? "Mr. Chen Feng, I have finished receiving all the data." Just then, Monday retracted his tube. "Very good, since it's finished, let's go back." Chen Feng's expression changed, Annie and Monday prepared to leave. Chapter 177 Control. Chen Feng, leave the venom here. We need to study it. Fury hurriedly blocked Chen Feng's path, his face showing a look of begging. Seeing a senior official, even a black man, display such a scholarly expression, Chen Feng was almost moved to tears. No, he was almost moved to vomit. And judging from Fury's expression, he wouldn't give up until he got it. Alright, here you go. Chen Feng took the glass container from Monday's hand and placed it in Fury's. Take it, can you make way now? Having gotten what he wanted, Fury happily moved aside, clearing a wide path. Rogers, standing nearby, couldn't even bear to look at Fury, utterly humiliated. Don't let it escape, or I won't bother to catch it, Chen Feng said again as they entered the void portal. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng, along with Tony and Monday, disappeared from S.H.I.E.L.D's underground. Director, what do you need venom for? Rogers asked, puzzled. Venom is an alien species with strong parasitic and differentiation abilities. If we can analyze it thoroughly, we'll achieve incredible results. Fury's eyes burned with desire. What he held in his hands was no longer a murderous monster, but a treasure that brought endless hope. Let's go. Studying it will definitely take a long time. We can't be late, Fury said urgently. Then, he led Rogers and Bucky back to the surface. What's this? Fury, returning to his office, noticed a strange, rough-looking object on his desk. Rogers, go open it and check. Be careful, Fury instructed. Rogers picked up his shield and slowly approached, step by step, fearing there might be a bomb or other dangerous item inside. He stretched out his right hand and carefully pulled open a gap, but it was pitch black inside. If it's too dangerous, I'll call the defense personnel. You don't need to risk it, Fury said with great concern. But these words completely ignited Rogers' competitive spirit. Did everyone look down on him like that? With a forceful pull of his right hand, he tore open a large hole in the sack. Just as he was about to retreat quickly, he saw an unconscious person inside. And a piece of paper floated out from it. Rogers picked it up and almost exploded with anger. Tom Hardy, the host of The Liquid, is now in your SHIELD's care. Send him home as soon as possible. Chen Feng, Fury then quickly came over and, seeing the paper in front of him, couldn't help but get angry as well. This Chen Feng was really too much. Before leaving, he wanted to leave himself a prank. Rogers, it was just a prank, it's nothing. We used to play those kinds of games all the time when we were kids, Fury quickly comforted Rogers, seeing his distress. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and the others had already returned to Stark Tower, completely unaware of the profound impact Hardy's casual presence had had on Rogers. As Chen Feng and Tony returned to Stark Tower, they quickly became serious. Monday, immediately analyze and convert the data, Chen Feng said to Monday beside him. Yes, Mr. Chen Feng, Monday nodded and began its work. Tony, observing Monday, quietly summoned Jarvis. Jarvis, do you think Monday has become even more advanced? Yes, sir. Monday's development speed and momentum have surpassed mine, and it may reach even more terrifying heights in the future, Jarvis nodded. He had discovered Monday's extremely strong learning ability from the beginning. In just a few days, it had integrated all his knowledge. No wonder. I was wondering how its ability to comfort people had become so strong, Tony said very seriously. Sir, the data conversion is complete. Earth's defense system has been breached. Should we now utilize it for our own purposes? Zhou Yu asked Chen Feng, enunciating each word clearly. Of course. From now on, you will be in charge of overseeing Earth and protecting those around me. Chen Feng walked to Zhou Yu's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said calmly. Yes, sir. Monday initiated the transfer immediately upon receiving the order. The heavy weight in Chen Feng's heart finally lifted. Without Monday's protection, Tasha and the others would be safe even without him. Sir, a supreme point has been detected. Shall we scan it? Not long after, Monday suddenly spoke, a hint of apprehension in his voice. A supreme point? For you to describe it like that, it must be quite formidable. Chen Feng smiled slightly, somewhat surprised. After all, Monday possessed the combined abilities of the Space and Mind Stones. On Earth, he was practically invincible. But now, he had encountered someone who could rival, or even surpass, him. This piqued Chen Feng's interest greatly. Let's find out who he is, Chen Feng said casually. Monday immediately began scanning, quickly locating the person with the support of Earth's defense system. Reporting, sir, Before Monday could finish speaking, a piercing signal interference sound rang out, as if the electromagnetic waves had been abruptly cut off. Seeing this, Chen Feng frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. Their strength is still quite formidable, Chen Feng muttered to himself. The moment Monday disconnected, he sensed a surging power, seemingly emanating from the depths of the distant universe. Mysterious and unfathomable. An alien? Chen Feng concluded after a moment. There was no such terrifyingly powerful being on Earth. Even the Ancient One, the former Sorcerer Supreme, hadn't reached such a level. Sir, he only glanced at me before cutting off all signals. Hugs, Monday said apologetically. It's alright, it's not your fault. The enemy was too strong. Chen Feng didn't blame Monday, this kind of energy was indeed beyond its detection capabilities. Chen Feng, what happened? Tony, sensing something amiss, quickly came to Chen Feng's side. Nothing, just met an interesting guy. Chen Feng shook his head, not wanting to involve Tony in this matter. After all, with his strength, getting involved would only make him cannon fodder. Are you alright? What happened on Monday? Did you have a fit? Or did you lose your mind? Tony glanced at the recovered Monday and shrugged indifferently. Sir, that guy is in a bar in Brooklyn, should we go check him out? Monday completely ignored Tony, looking at Chen Feng and speaking directly. Damn, is he ignoring me? Tony suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger, wanting to have a manly duel with Monday. No need, let him stay there for now. Besides, it seems he just doesn't want us to fight him. Chen Feng waved his hand, not wanting to deal with this right now. Meanwhile, in the bar, Silver Slider picked up a glass of red wine and slowly slid it down his throat. On Earth, are there still people this powerful? Silver Slider poured himself another glass of red wine, savoring it slowly. But this was merely a small warning to Chen Feng, preventing him from attacking him again. Silver Slider came to Earth not to fight, but to enjoy the leisurely time here. If this were in space, he'd have to help that Galactus find something delicious to eat. Thinking about it now, that job seemed utterly pointless. Compared to life on Earth, it was so much worse. After finishing a glass of red wine, Silver Ash remembered that he came to Earth to take care of that mischievous little girl. Golly. He hadn't noticed where that little brat had gone off to again. Silver Ash rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Little did he know, Golly was currently at Chen Feng's house, continuing their game adventure with Mindy and Wanda. It has to be said, the allure of the game is immense. Both men and women become completely absorbed. Meanwhile, ignoring Silver Ash, Chen Feng took out something everyone was extremely familiar with. You still have this? Seeing the black tissue before him, Tony immediately perked up. He had been begging Chen Feng to leave him Venom's tissue for research. You wanted it, didn't you? Now take it and study it. Chen Feng casually tossed a glass container to Tony, who reacted with lightning speed, catching it steadily. Thank you. Tony didn't even look at Chen Feng, his eyes fixed on the glass container, a glint of cunning in them. With this, I'm sure I can upgrade the Iron Man's suit again. Tony's heart burned with a fierce ambition, imagining his future lightning-fast speed. Once the new suit was complete, the first thing he'd do was crush Monday. Thinking this, he looked at Monday, filled with boundless confidence. However, Monday didn't even turn around, not even glancing at Tony. This allowed Monday's strength to far surpass Tony's. Jarvis, take this tissue for testing, we need to start working. Tony's voice became louder. Jarvis also placed a glass container in Tony's hands on the table in the laboratory. After sending Venom's body part to the laboratory, Tony no longer paid attention to Chen Feng and Monday. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to create an even more powerful and innovative suit of armor. Chen Feng, I won't keep you any longer. A bright future awaits me, Tony said to Chen Feng before leaving. He went straight into the laboratory, intently examining the Venom symbiote before him. Little guy, now that you've met me, you can unleash the greatest energy within you. Let me see, Tony exclaimed excitedly, activating the equipment to begin the decomposition of the Venom symbiote. Monday, go and perfect Earth's defense network. I don't want S.H.I.E.L.D. involved anymore, it's all in our hands, Chen Feng said slowly, looking at Monday beside him. From now on, all 40 Earths will be under my control. Chapter 178 Aura. He could keep track of all the scandals, gossip, and events involving various heroes. Yes, sir, leave that to me, Monday confidently assured him. Also, don't investigate the people at the bar anymore. If you detect any other similar terrifying energy points, Report them to me first. Don't provoke them on your own, Chen Feng suddenly reminded him. It was unnecessary to unintentionally provoke such powerful individuals to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes, sir, Monday nodded. But a hint of extreme resentment could be seen in its metallic eyes. It seemed extremely angry about its defeat at the hands of the silver-clad figure in the bar. I'll go back first. You stay here and keep an eye on Tony. He should be making progress. Chen Feng turned to look at Tony in the lab, a glint of light in his eyes. Giving Tony the Venom symbiote was hoping he could be inspired to create a more powerful suit to protect Earth. This way, Natasha and the others would have double insurance. One was Monday, the other was Tony. A purple spatial rift opened, and Chen Feng stepped inside, a mysterious smile on his face. The bar owner, he's quite a character. Jarvis suddenly appeared beside Monday and said slowly. Don't worry, I won't let him cause trouble on Earth. Monday gripped his iron grip, like a soldier, making a firm decision. Relax, Mr. Chen Feng told you not to worry about him, and it seems he has no ill intentions towards Earth, Jarvis said with a smile. Having spent so much time with Monday, he had a general understanding of its personality. Self-reliant, hard-working, and ambitious, these could all be used to describe Monday. I know. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I won't touch him. But if he dares to harm Earth, I'll make him regret it, Monday said firmly. Jarvis didn't say anything more, because that's Monday, that's its personality. On the contrary, Tony needed his care more. The Venom symbiote, after all, was an alien. Chen Feng quickly arrived home and saw Golly, Wanda, and Mindy playing a game. Women, when they get serious, are indeed more terrifying than men. Chen Feng sighed as he watched the repeated scenes on the screen. Ladies, do you need some guidance? Unable to bear watching any longer, Chen Feng walked up to the three and asked kindly. I don't need it. Golly raised her right hand, about to ask for help, but was immediately rejected by Mindy without hesitation. Really not? I see you've been stuck here for quite a while, Chen Feng asked again with concern. Knowing that Mindy was like that, he turned his gaze to the two beside him. We said no, and we mean it. We can handle it ourselves. Mindy's eyes darted around, and he immediately moved to the side, blocking Chen Feng, Wanda, and Gailey's eye contact. Seeing this, Chen Feng could only shrug helplessly and quietly sat down on the sofa. Wanda, Gailey, is this really a simple level? Do we really need anyone's help? We can do it ourselves. Mindy, like a school principal, was trying to persuade the two unmotivated students in front of him. But we've been stuck on this level for half an hour. Gailey pointed at the clock on the wall, looking aggrieved, and slapped Mindy hard. Only half an hour? Don't you have any patience at all? We need to have perseverance and confidence. We can't let this setback stop us, otherwise what will we do about the later levels? Mindy blushed and immediately changed his attitude, saying somewhat shamelessly. Wanda and Gailey were speechless. In other words, they had nothing to say. Having a few more people in the house made it quite lively. Chen Feng silently observed the scene before him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He immediately thought of his grandfather, far away in China, wondering if he should go and bring him back. But then he reconsidered. The time left before the arrival of the demon on Earth was running out. This was merely the calm before the storm. Things would soon descend into chaos. Bringing his grandfather back would not only be a burden but also extremely unsafe for him. Just then, Chen Feng sensed an incredibly powerful energy. Like a surging wave, it burst forth from the sea, sweeping across the land, crashing against the shore with thunderous force. Could it be that guy? Chen Feng immediately thought of the bar owner he had discovered on Monday. While Mindy and the others were oblivious, Chen Feng quietly slipped out of the room. However, Gailey had actually seen everything. The energy entity outside had an unmistakable scent. But since Chen Feng had gone out to deal with it, let him handle it. It would be a good opportunity to witness his strength. Gailey, don't get distracted. We're still fighting the boss. Mindy patted Gailey beside him, solemnly reminding him. Oh, it's you, the group that investigated me before. Chen Feng had just stepped out when he saw a silver figure. You're the owner of that bar? Chen Feng was also surprised. Could the two of them be so close? That's it then. It really is a case of no fight, no friendship. Silver Slider smiled slightly, concealing his immense power. This is truly interesting. Chen Feng smiled knowingly. Well, who are you? Seeing Silver Slider's unexpected action, Chen Feng relaxed. This powerful stranger in front of me seems quite different from others. Everyone who meets me asks this question. It seems my appearance has aroused your curiosity. Slider remained calm and composed. You're not from Earth, so of course you'll attract the interest of ordinary people. After all, you should know that Earthlings have a natural tendency to observe and are always full of curiosity about new things, Chen Feng said calmly. His words, though rough, were quite reasonable. Indeed, you see things very clearly. But you don't need to know my identity. Silver Slider shook his head, a sense of knowledge seemingly lurking in his eyes. Don't you want to understand me? Don't you want to know why I was able to detect your location and know how powerful you are? Chen Feng asked, trying to coax him. Earth's defense system, right? You must have taken control of it. Silver Slider spoke calmly. But his words shocked Yaku immensely. From this small detail alone, he knew that Silver Slider had taken control of Earth's defense system. The silver alien before him was definitely not to be underestimated. Alright, it seems we can't make an equal exchange. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had wanted to exchange his identity with Silver Slider. But now, that possibility was clearly gone. There's another question, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Silver Slider's gaze shifted to the house behind Chen Feng. Is that house yours? Silver Slider asked, pointing to the house. It's mine. Do you want to use it as a bar? Chen Feng said half-jokingly. Open a bar? No, I prefer the atmosphere there. This place isn't suitable. Yin Hua shook his head. But a more complex look appeared in his eyes. Gali is in this house, right? Chen Feng was slightly taken aback, completely unexpected that Yin Hua's purpose in coming here was to find Gali. Are you Gali's father? Chen Feng blinked and asked doubtfully. No, I'm not her father, but I have some connection with her, Yin Hua answered simply. Then what do you want with Gali? Chen Feng asked again. Is Gali now using your house as her residence? Yin Hua didn't answer Chen Feng's question and continued on his own. Rather than using my house as her residence, it's more like she's shamelessly staying in my house. And she doesn't even pay the accommodation fee. Why don't you pay it for her, as long as you tell me your identity? Chen Feng was still not giving up and wanted to know Yin Hua's true identity. Why are you so stubborn? Fine, tell me why she wants to stay here, and I'll trade with you. Silver Slime smiled helplessly. She actually decided to make an equal exchange with Chen Feng. This was something Chen Feng hadn't expected at all. But at this moment, Chen Feng felt a little regretful. Because if he revealed why Gali was staying in his house, it would be tantamount to revealing a secret of possessing 2 Infinity Stones to the public. Although he wasn't afraid of spreading this news, it wasn't now. He had to wait until he was stronger before he could use it to gain greater benefits. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately had a solution. Gali wanted to stubbornly stay in his house for only one reason. Chen Feng paused, stepped aside, and made way. Let me in, and you ask Gali yourself. Silver Slime pointed to himself, looking sleepy. Of course not, I'll tell you myself, but you just need to come in. Besides, I really enjoy this game with you. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. Alright, then I'll go in and see what secret has attracted Gali. Silver Slime's curiosity was piqued, and without a word, he immediately entered the house. Chen Feng followed closely behind. Silver Slime. How did you get in? Sensing the presence and seeing the living Silver Slime before him, he was utterly shocked. The owner of the house invited me in, so I came in. Silver Slime glanced at Gali, then surveyed the surroundings. He had to admit, the arrangement of the various items in the room had a unique charm. Compared to other Earthlings, it was much more interesting. Hey! Silver Slime, I'm talking to you, shouldn't you show me some respect? Gali stood up again, somewhat displeased with Silver Slime's behavior. Chapter 179 Shock. You can continue playing your game, or I'll go report to your father about your recent situation. Silver Slider remained completely unfazed by Gali's threat, his expression as calm as still water. Ganali pointed at Silver Slider, her face contorted, but she couldn't utter a single word in response. If Silver Slider were to tattle on her to her father, she might not be able to stay on Earth. To avoid that possibility, Gali could only swallow her anger and choose to remain silent. Is he your family? He seems so cold. Wanda leaned closer to Gali, asking with a gossipy look. He's just asexual and extremely awful. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Let's continue playing our game. Gali angrily turned her head away, not wanting to deal with Silver Slider anymore. Chen Feng, Why did you bring a weirdo in? He's made Gally angry. Mindy immediately questioned Chen Feng as he walked in. Children shouldn't interrupt adults' conversations. Just stay to the side and play your game, Chen Feng scolded Mindy, immediately drawing a glare from her. Then, panting, he walked to the side and, along with Gally, glared angrily at Silver Slime and Chen Feng. Like two neglected squirrels, they displayed their unparalleled gazes. Even Wanda, usually quiet, was stunned. The looks from Gally and Mindy were truly terrifying. Now can you tell me why Gally likes to stay here? Silver Slime glanced around, then immediately walked to Chen Feng's side and asked softly. Don't rush. Since Gally likes to stay here, she must have her reasons. Wait patiently for a moment, Chen Feng said mysteriously. Then he walked to the refrigerator and took out some ingredients. Huh? I didn't say you were going to treat me to dinner, Silver Slime said, somewhat bewildered. Besides, he wasn't particularly fond of Earth's cuisine. Trying to entice him with food was unlikely to work. You'll see soon enough, Chen Feng said with a mysterious smile, then led the ingredients into the kitchen. Seeing Chen Feng's actions, Silver Slime was even more puzzled, but simply watched without stopping him. Instead, he moved to another spot, continuing to admire Chen Feng's house. Take your time looking around, I need some time, Chen Feng said to Silver Slime, who had already left. Hearing his agreement, Silver Slime returned to the kitchen and resumed his cooking. No wonder Dad never paid attention to me, he arranged for this guy to monitor me. Gally blinked, glancing at the still idle Silver Slime, and suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. But considering that Silver Slime could report her situation to her father, she didn't dare to easily touch him. So she could only watch helplessly as Silver Slime walked around freely in front of her. Golly, do you dislike that white weirdo? Mindy suddenly approached Golly, looking every bit like an entertainment reporter. Huh? What are you saying? Golly's expression immediately turned flustered, and she hurriedly shook her head. She thought Mindy had discovered her relationship with Silver Slick. It's okay, just say it. I can help you beat him up. Mindy revealed his little fangs and swung Silver Slick's fist, seemingly demonstrating his great strength. Mindy, thank you, but it's still not necessary, Gally immediately refused. She knew Silver Slider's strength very well, even Chen Feng might not be his match. That's why she wanted to see a battle between Chen Feng and Silver Slider, to see who was stronger. If Mindy wanted to fight Silver Slider, he would just be cannon fodder. Are you sure you don't need to? I'm very strong. Mindy thought Gally didn't believe him, so he confidently showed off his strength. He clenched his fist, but there wasn't a single muscle in it. Gally glanced at Mindy's arm silently, her eyes seeming to say, are you sure you can rely on your chicken strength? Seeing Gally's incredulous look, Mindy suddenly became unhappy. Wait, I'll teach him a lesson for you right now. He rolled up his sleeves, like a man, and strode towards Silver Slider. Gally was about to stop Mindy, but a new idea suddenly popped into her mind. I don't believe you won't make a move this time. Gally quietly withdrew her outstretched right hand, a sly glint in her eyes. Wanda, standing to the side, only then reacted, but Mindy was already far away. There was no time to stop her. Yang Li, what's wrong with Mindy? She seems to be going to argue with that strange man, Wanda asked in confusion. Although she disliked Silver Slide from the beginning, he was, after all, brought by Chen Feng. This was Chen Feng's house, and if the host had no objections, what right did she, as a guest, have to speak? Just wait and see, it'll be very interesting, Golly smiled slightly. For some reason, it revealed a sense of danger. The perceptive Wanda noticed it immediately. However, at this moment, Mindy had already arrived beside Silver Slide. Silver Slide also stopped and looked at Mindy, a somewhat strange-tempered child. Do you need something from me? Yes, something very important. As soon as he finished speaking, Mindy threw a heavy punch. The whistling sound of wind breaking was sharp in her ears, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Silver Slide. Bang! Her delicate fist was blocked by Silver Slip's palm, rendering her unable to move an inch. Little girl, what do you want? Silver Slip was even more confused now. The two had no grudges against each other. Moreover, he hadn't sensed any hostility from her when he came in. How long had it been, and now there was such a complete 180-degree turn. Who told you to bully Gally? Mindy stood there like a mother hen protecting her chicks, proud and arrogant. Bullying Gally? Hearing this, Silver Slip smiled helplessly. It seemed that Gally was deliberately saying this again, She was really quite mischievous. I didn't bully Gaily. I just arrived here, and I haven't done anything. Don't slander others, it's not a good habit. Silver Slip transformed into kind older brother, patiently educating Mindy. But clearly, Mindy, with her head turned away thinking about how to retaliate, took his good intentions for granted. I'll let go of your hand now, but you have to promise not to be so naughty again. Silver Sliding pointed at Mindy, demanding she promise him. This girl, only a few years older than Yang Li, reminded Silver Sliding of the future Jia Li. The older she got, the more difficult things became. Mindy readily agreed. Her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. The moment Silver Sliding released her hand, she would deliver a powerful punch to his face. Remember, after I release your hand, you absolutely cannot hit my right cheek. Silver Sliding's sudden words startled a confident Mindy. At that moment, Silver Sliding released Mindy's right hand. Stunned, Mindy didn't react immediately, missing her best opportunity. It's ready, you can come and try it. Just then, Chen Feng's voice came from the kitchen. Yin Hua also stepped outside the kitchen and watched as Chen Feng brought in plate after plate of prepared food. Steak, have a taste. It looked no different from the steak he ate on Earth, even simpler. A faint aroma wafted out, slowly permeating Yin Hua's nostrils and gently whetting his appetite. Interesting. Yin Hua nodded. He picked up a knife, carefully cut off a piece of beef, sprinkled a little wasabi on it, and admired it closely before putting it in his mouth. Instantly, a rich aroma burst forth from the steak, stimulating Yin Hua's old taste buds. It reached the depths of Yin Hua's mind, making his nerves tremble. Deeply impressed, Yin Hua involuntarily revealed a blissful expression. How did you do that? There's such a magical side to it? Yin Hua looked at Chen Feng in shock, extremely curious about the secret. A peerless master would naturally not reveal the secrets of martial arts to a stranger. Chen Feng also picked up his knife and fork, savoring the exquisite steak he had prepared. If it were Japanese Wagyu beef, the flavor would definitely be on another level. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you on Earth. Silver Slick laughed, praising him. He wasn't angry that Chen Feng hadn't told him the secret. During his time on Earth, he was quite easygoing. He didn't want to kill people indiscriminately, nor did he want to start conflicts with others. He only wanted to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. Wow, it smells so good. Mindy's nose twitched, and she immediately smelled an exquisite fragrance. Her whole body seemed to float away with the fragrance, drifting into the distance. And yet, she was completely unharmed? Golly watched Silver Slick and Mindy leave, and suddenly felt utterly ashamed. Did heaven not care about her plans and ideas at all? Golly, can you smell it? It smells so good. Wanda's delicate nose twitched, and she immediately jumped up from the sofa. Come quick. After greeting gaily, Wanda quickly moved towards the living room. Never mind, let's eat first. Gaily stopped thinking about Mindy and Silver Slipper and hurried towards the living room. What a bunch of dogs. Chen Feng sighed helplessly as he saw the three approaching quickly. Dogs? That's quite a fitting description. Silver Slipper couldn't agree more after hearing Chen Feng's words. Leave some for them, otherwise they'll start howling again. Chen Feng put down the knife in his hand, waiting for the three to arrive. I understand why Gaily is here, but that's not the most direct reason. Silver Slipper also put down the knife in his hand, looking at Chen Feng with a strange expression. Oh, then what other reason do you think there is? Chen Feng asked in return, not expecting Silver Slipper to see things so clearly, immediately noticing a deeper level. What is it? I can't guess right now, but it should be related to you. Silver Slippery shook his head, answering with utmost sincerity. If you can guess it, that's quite an achievement. Chen Feng returned the smile. At this moment, the trio of Galena had already arrived at the dining table. Seeing the steaks laid out on it, they immediately swallowed hard, their throats bobbing up and down. Chapter 180 Power. You made something delicious and didn't even call us. What's wrong with you? Chen Feng said irritably. He had clearly forgotten about Yin Hua and unceremoniously picked up a knife and fork. He forcefully tore off a large piece of beef, the knife and plate making a sharp, grating sound. Here, there's more. Chen Feng took out a knife and fork from the side and handed them to Wanda and Gaily, who were eager to tear the beef with their hands. At the same time, he took out a pan-fried steak from the kitchen. At least you have some conscience. You didn't feed it to the dogs. Even though Chen Feng cared so much about the three of them, he couldn't escape Mindy's sarcasm. I'm so lucky to have met you. Chen Feng sighed helplessly to himself, not wanting to talk to Mindy anymore. The three of them devoured the steak in a whirlwind, clearing the plate and their reflections. Mindy patted her stomach, her mouth glistening with oil. She was clearly stuffed. Wanda, golly, there's still milk in the fridge. Mindy pointed to the refrigerator in the distance like a leisurely old woman. It seemed she wanted one of Wanda or Golly to get her some milk. She really knew how to enjoy life. Chen Feng looked at the scene before him, somewhat amused and exasperated. Had Mindy become the leader of the trio? I'll do it, you guys take a break, Golly said, standing up first and volunteering. She quickly went to the refrigerator and started searching. A moment later, Golly returned to the table with a large bottle of milk. Walking over to Mindy, close to Silver Slime, she picked up the cup and started pouring milk. Suddenly, as if her hand had slipped, the milk in the large paper cup spilled all over Silver Slime. A large amount of fresh milk splashed all over him. Are you alright? I didn't mean to. Gaily quickly turned her head. But her attitude and words of apology were clearly insincere, as if she had deliberately provoked Silver Slime. It's alright, I just really like milk. Silver Slime smiled slightly, and then his silvery white skin appeared, absorbing all the milk. Mindy and Wanda, utterly shocked, gaped, expecting Silver Slime to give Gaily a severe scolding. But to their surprise, things didn't go as planned. Silver Slime was so amiable. My God. Is this really him? Gaily was incredulous, completely unable to accept that the Silver Slime before her was real. Are you fake? Are you fake? Gaily lunged at Silver Slime, desperately trying to tear his skin away. Golly, stop fooling around. Silver Slime grabbed Golly's collar and lifted her up like a chick. I don't believe it. How come you're not angry at all? This isn't the real you. Golly struggled desperately, her arms and legs flailing about. Golly, you really know him? Mindy looked enlightened, her eyes wide with disbelief. Huh? Did I say that? Golly stopped struggling and blinked her big eyes, as if telling everyone. I didn't, you said it yourself. No wonder you don't want to go home. With such a weirdo around, I don't want to stay at home either, Mindy continued to herself. Then she pointed at Silver Slime, her eyes sharp, releasing a surge of murderous intent. Tell me. Did you abuse Golly at home? She was arrogant, like a judge. What exactly did this girl say to you? Silver Slime was completely confused. This girl Golly really is a handful. Alright, no need for explanations. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups are the beginning of deception. So everything Golly said is true. Mindy didn't give Silver Slider a chance to refute, unleashing a barrage of words like Peter Parker in his chatterbox mode. Now, put Golly down quickly, and I might punish you a little less severely. Mindy walked to Silver Slider's side and said righteously. Your friend really cares about you. Silver Slider looked at Golly and said, a hint of relief in his eyes. Golly had finally made a friend of her own. Congratulations. What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on my social skills? Golly, who knew Silver Slider very well, instantly saw through his thoughts. Chen Feng, aren't you going to help? This weirdo is bullying Golly. Knowing she couldn't beat Silver Slider, Mindy immediately sought help from Chen Feng. Let them handle their own business. Chen Feng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to get involved. Alright, I'll tell you everything. Gaily stopped Mindy when she saw him about to charge at her alone. I'd also like to hear your thoughts, why you did this. Silver Slime then put Gaily down and looked at RUO with interest. After putting Gaily down, the four of them looked at RUO with curiosity, wanting to know why she did this. Under the intense gaze of the four, Gaily was quite embarrassed and a little hesitant. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself down and looked at the four people beside her, saying softly, actually, I wanted Chen Feng to fight Silver Slime. As soon as she said this, the whole place erupted in shock. No one expected that Gaily's mischievousness was just to make two peaceful people fight. Are you here to watch a battle between masters? Chen Feng asked, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. No, I just want to see if you can defeat Silver Slime, because I've never been a match for him, Gaily replied softly, rubbing her hands together. What kind of reason is that? Mindy couldn't help but exclaim first. This was truly the most bizarre explanation she had ever heard. It's still understandable, though, since I've always had such wild ideas. Silver Slime, on the other hand, remained calm and collected, as if he had already seen through Gaily. You see, it's precisely because of his attitude that I want Chen Feng to defeat him. Gaily pointed at the unperturbed Silver Slime, jumping up and down angrily. Brother Chen Feng, why don't you help me teach him a lesson? Gali suddenly came to Chen Feng's side, tugging at his clothes and shaking him up and down. I won't fight with other people for no reason. Chen Feng shook his head, decisively refusing Gali's request. She wasn't some mindless brawler like Hulk, who would fight and cause destruction at the first opportunity. HMPH. I'm ignoring you then. Gali turned her head away, looking annoyed. But beneath that expression was a hint of disappointment. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so indifferent to her. How infuriating. I think your suggestion is good, Chen Feng. I'd like to spar with you, how about it? Silver Slick smiled slightly and extended his right hand to Chen Feng. The meaning was crystal clear, let's fight. Silver Slick, have you been brainwashed by this little girl? It's too easy. Chen Feng looked at Silver Slick in surprise, his eyes revealing absolute shock. No, I just want to know why Gali is willing to stay here. Perhaps it lies with you. Silver Slick's words immediately stunned Chen Feng. This man's intuition was terrifying. He had already guessed the core issue. Are you sure? Chen Feng asked again solemnly. Of course, Silver Slipper nodded, showing no fear, no retreat, and no reckless advance. Only calm composure. Then there's no other way, let's go. Chen Feng stepped out of the house first. He couldn't afford to spar in there, or Pisha would surely kill him when she returned. Silver Slipper followed closely behind Chen Feng, emerging from the house. Gali's expression immediately changed, and she happily ran after him. Mindy and Wanda, worried, quickly followed as well. But when the three arrived outside, they couldn't find Silver Slipper and Chen Feng anywhere, as if they had vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Mindy looked around in surprise, but saw no one. Damn it, those two created a new space, they went to fight in there, they must have deliberately kept it from me. Ugh, Gali pouted, her face full of displeasure. Since they don't want us to watch, then we won't. Wanda was quite cheerful, not blindly pursuing anything. But this statement was immediately refuted by Gali. Wanda, you don't know how magnificent and beautiful a battle between two super strong people can be. It can even indirectly improve one's own strength. Mindy also chimed in, strongly agreeing with Gali's point of view. But what can we do if they just don't want us to watch? Wanda's rhetorical question completely put Gali and Mindy on guard. Their own strength was too weak, it seemed they really couldn't get involved. I'll try. I refuse to believe that my strength can't even make a slight contact. Gali suddenly puffed out her chest, like a venomous snake preparing to attack, releasing a cold-killing intent in her eyes. Her aura suddenly changed, and surging energy burst forth from her body. But just as it tried to find the space created by Chen Feng and Silver Slime, it was blocked by an invisible force. All of Gali's power was crushed back into her body, unable to spread outwards, not even a millimeter. Damn it. Those two stingy devils. Gali was utterly helpless and could only withdraw her energy. Then she silently cursed Chen Feng and Silver Slime a few times. But that was all she could do. See? I told you, let's go back to playing the game, Wanda sarcastically remarked without any politeness, then turned to walk into the house. Wanda, don't go. Try your chaos magic, maybe it'll work. Gali quickly grabbed Wanda's arm, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. No, this is completely pointless. Wanda decisively refused Gali. She didn't want to step into this mess with her. Okay, Wanda, just this once, let's try. Gali's eyes were red-rimmed, with glistening tears welling up, as if they would burst forth at any moment. Under Gali's persistent pleas, Wanda had no choice but to agree. Chapter 181 Confidence. I'm really scared of you, Wanda sighed helplessly. Then, she mobilized the chaotic magic within her body and began to probe that space from another angle. However, just like Gali's actions earlier, before it could spread very far, it was directly blasted back into her body by an even stronger energy. I told you, it's useless. If they don't want us to watch, we can't watch. We'll still go. It's too cold outside, Wanda said helplessly again. Then, she walked silently towards the house alone. Gali and Mindy could only watch Wanda go back. They couldn't do anything else, they could only stand there dumbfounded. Go back, Gali, let's talk about it when they come back. Mindy patted Gali's shoulder and persuaded her. I don't want to talk to them. Gali angrily turned her head away, and then went back home with Mindy. Phew, those girls are really persistent. Chen Feng in the alternate dimension breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Gali and Mindy leave. That's how Gali is. Silver Slime isn't surprised. Alright, now that no one's bothering us, let's begin. Chen Feng turned to Silver Slime and said, enunciating each word clearly. He hadn't originally wanted to fight Silver Slime, but now, he was surprisingly eager. I'm also very much looking forward to seeing just how strong you really are. Silver Slime's expression suddenly changed, becoming incredibly serious about the battle. I certainly won't disappoint you, Chen Feng replied confidently. But fighting like this, without any stakes, is rather boring, isn't it? Silver Slime understood Chen Feng's meaning immediately. If I win, you'll tell me the real reason I kept Gally here. And if I win, you have to grant me one request. Chen Feng followed up with his conditions. What request? I haven't thought of one yet. Once I have, you can fulfill it. Chen Feng kept them in suspense, which didn't offend Silver Slime. Let's begin. These words signified that the two had reached a complete agreement. I won't hold back. In his right hand, a blade so sharp it seemed to cleave through another dimension appeared out of thin air. A fine sword, it certainly didn't disappoint. The moment Yin Hua saw the Gale Sword in Chen Feng's hand, his usually calm heart began to race. The energy emanating from it was incredibly powerful. Like a vast ocean, even the slightest ripple could convey the overwhelming force of the sea. Respect for the strong has always been my principle. Chen Feng raised the Gale Sword, and the 8 gems on it instantly shone with dazzling light. Various energies danced wildly in the air. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this terrifying energy. Then I won't hold back either. A silver skateboard suddenly appeared beneath Silver Slider's feet, and he instantly floated into the air. With the skateboard's support, Silver Slider's aura changed drastically, like a super strong man from an ancient realm, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. The profound cosmic energy is truly something to aspire to. Chen Feng felt the surging cosmic energy like a titan couldn't help but sigh. Silver Slider suddenly flashed forward, disappearing from Chen Feng's sight, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in the air. Fast enough, Chen Feng only gave 2 words of evaluation. Then he gripped the Gale Sword in his hand tightly. He swept it outwards with a fierce slash, and the sword energy, as powerful as the evening glow, swept across all directions with devastating force. In an instant, everything around Chen Feng, above, below, left, and right, was trapped in the deadly sword energy. It was as if everything in this sword energy would be crushed into powder. But within this terrifying world of sword energy, a silver-white figure, riding a skateboard with unstoppable momentum, descended from the sky. It directly crushed the raging, invincible sword energy and rushed towards Chen Feng. Now that's interesting. Chen Feng's lips curled into an excited smile. If even his sword energy couldn't break through, there was really no need to continue fighting. With a powerful upward swing, the Gale Sword fearlessly collided violently with his skateboard, which possessed cosmic energy clang. In the extremely quiet alternate dimension, only this loud sound could be heard, seemingly piercing through the entire space and illuminating the real-world sizzle. Chen Feng forcefully slashed upward, and the Gale Sword carved a path through the skateboard. In the blink of an eye, it arrived beside the silver skateboard's legs. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably powerful force was released from the skateboard. The terrifying cosmic energy instantly repelled the Gale Sword. Like a raging tidal wave, the energy crashed against the Gale Sword. Instantly, it overwhelmed its power, blocking its path and making it difficult to move. The 8 gems on the Gale Sword, unable to withstand such pressure, unleashed their most terrifying power. In an instant, the Gale Sword shone with blinding light, its entire blade enveloped in dazzling brilliance. It transformed into a light sword capable of cutting through iron like mud. Chen Feng suddenly lifted it upwards, and the terrifying energy on the Gale Sword poured out. Like a massive, wet cloth, it threatened to engulf Yin Hua completely. The sword's cold light shone across 19 provinces, its sword energy traversing 30,000 miles. Such terrifying sword energy even moved the usually calm Yin Hua. The skateboard beneath it immediately connected to the deepest energy of the universe, instantly becoming as large as a small mountain. The wet sword energy slammed into the skateboard, releasing terrifying energy waves in an instant. The newly created alternate dimension seemed to emit a mournful cry. It was accompanied by a cracking sound, as if the entire space was truly about to collapse. Chen Feng and Yin Hua, at the center of the energy anomaly, stared intently at each other. Chen Feng, wielding the Gale Sword, continuously unleashed fierce sword energy, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Yin Hua, not to be outdone, grabbed his skateboard and slammed it down with tremendous force. A deafening explosion resounded, and the entire space seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it might crumble at any moment. The secret energy from the depths of the universe and the Gale Sword, enhanced by 8 gems, clashed head-on. Within the alternate dimension, violent power erupted continuously, surging into the real world. "Mindy, look! They've started fighting." The extremely perceptive Gally immediately noticed the surging, violent energy. "Don't go out. We're not strong enough to withstand that energy." Wanda tried to stop Gally, but found she had already dashed off. "That little brat," Mindy cursed irritably. The energy gave her the feeling that she was doomed. What to do? Mindy looked at Wanda, realizing she was out of options. She could only place her hopes on the stronger Wanda. "I'll try, see if I can use chaos magic to pull her back." Wanda's fingers danced. Wisps of red chaos energy quickly chased after Gally. But before they could even touch her, they were crushed into powder by the released energy. "No. It's too late." Wanda shook her head regretfully. Instinctively, she felt Gally wouldn't survive. "Wait, Wanda, look, Gally isn't dead." Mindy covered her mouth, staring at Gally in disbelief. "That guy, not only is he not dead, but he's doing something unimaginable." "What? Is she eating energy?" Wanda looked at Gally, who was bathed in energy, and rubbed her eyes twice. Gally didn't care about other people's opinions. This overflowing, terrifying energy was the most delicious food to her. It was no less delicious than what Chen Feng made himself. So delicious. Gally patted her round belly. But this didn't stop Gally from using her hands. Her hands kept grabbing at the energy around her, absorbing all of it into her body. As the energy kept filling her up, Gally's entire body was constantly shining brightly. "Look at Gally, it seems like she's about to turn into a star and fly away." Mindy looked at Gally in surprise and couldn't help but exclaim. "She should be fine, it's just that the energy is too strong, overflowing into every corner of her body." Wanda waved her hand, not too worried about Gally. She had experienced something similar. When the chaotic energy within her raged, her whole body glowed red. "Are you sure she's alright?" Mindy was still somewhat doubtful, because her sixth sense told her there was an extremely dangerous aura. "Trust me, and trust Gally, she wouldn't be so foolish," Wanda said with absolute certainty, putting her arm around Mindy's shoulder. Having said that, Mindy could only nod, but her gaze remained fixed on Gally. If Gally showed even the slightest sign of distress, she would do everything in her power to help her. Energy continued to pour out from the alternate dimension. If Gally hadn't been absorbing it, the real world would have been severely affected. Bang! The violently colliding wind sword and skateboard separated once more. A terrifying energy wave rapidly spread outwards from the center. "Silver skateboard, not bad. You didn't disappoint me, Chen Feng." Both men looked at each other with admiration in their eyes. This battle had unleashed everything they had suppressed within them. It was exhilarating, blood-pumping, and incredibly satisfying. "Now, prepare to lie on the ground." Silver Slick's expression changed instantly, like a silent old believer entering a meditative state. Then, behind him, endless cosmic energy rapidly surged into his skateboard. The entire alternate dimension seemed on the verge of collapse due to the influx of cosmic energy. In a fleeting moment, cosmic energy filled every corner of Silver Slick's body. For a moment, Chen Feng was so blinded by the light that he couldn't open his eyes. Silver Slick was like Buddha, with intense cosmic radiance behind him. "I'll use this move to defeat you," his calm tone revealed unparalleled confidence. Chapter 182 The Figure. The strong always maintain a humble heart, remember this, Silver Slipper. Chen Feng picked up the Gale Sword, unleashing the full power of its 8 gems. Darkness, light, absorption, decomposition, all energies converged on the blade of the Gale Sword. A silvery white gleam flashed, revealing a sharpness capable of cleaving the heavens and earth. "Come on! Come on!" they both shouted simultaneously. The boundless cosmic energy behind Silver Slipper condensed into a devastating spear, fiercely thrusting towards Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's Gale Sword slowly rose, its sword energy instantly unleashed, dominating a corner of the sky. Neither made any unnecessary movements, their actions as slow as apprentices. Two terrifying, world-destroying powers burst forth in the blink of an eye, colliding with a whooshing roar. The alternate dimension shattered in an instant, returning them directly to the real world. Gally, still happily consuming her energy outside, was suddenly blasted away by a powerful energy blast. But just as she was about to crash into the house, an invisible hand protected her. "Quick, get inside," Wanda's voice came from behind. Upon closer inspection, it was Wanda's chaotic energy. At this moment, Gali dared not be mischievous anymore and instinctively hid behind her. She knew that staying in the same place would definitely mean certain death. These two are too optimistic, Mindy sighed helplessly. Can't they restrain themselves a little? Do they have to destroy everything before it's over? However, Chen Feng and Silver Slime couldn't hear Mindy's complaints at all. They were completely immersed in the battle and would not stop until a winner was decided. Rumble. The night sky, which had been sparkling with stars, completely lost its last glimmer of light due to the two's frenzied energy. Endless black clouds, as if to crush the entire city of New York, completely blocked out the light. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and bolts of lightning churned within the clouds. The deafening noise engulfed the two figures within the energy pile. Inside the layers of energy, each wielded their most powerful weapon, relentlessly attacking the other. Each impact unleashed a surge of intense energy, crashing towards their bodies. Their bodies, however, were incredibly resilient, withstanding wave after wave of impact. My turn. Silver sliding skateboard suddenly changed direction, flashing behind Chen Feng. The cosmic energy contained within the skateboard instantly transformed into a raging dragon, crashing towards Chen Feng's back. A hit from this would be certain defeat. Wind barrier. Chen Feng swiftly turned, his scale sword sweeping across, instantly forming a wind wall. It immediately blocked the ferocious dragon, forcefully neutralizing it before him. But the wind wall only slightly hindered the dragon before being shattered by an even more terrifying surge of cosmic energy. A sharp, energy-powered great sword instantly pierced Chen Feng's heart. You've lost, Silver Slider said confidently. Are you sure? Chen Feng merely smiled slightly. Before Silver Slider could react, he vanished instantly. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng had already arrived to Silver Slider's left. The Gale Sword left a long, thin white mark, cold and chilling. You've lost. Chen Feng forcefully thrust his hand upwards and to the left, instantly aiming for Silver Slider's heart. You forgot, I'm not an ordinary person. He thought Silver Slider would surrender immediately. Unexpectedly, with lightning speed, the skateboard slammed into Chen Feng's chest. Clang. At that moment, the Gale Sword also swiftly thrust out, making intimate contact with Silver Slider's body. Your sword isn't sharp enough. Silver Slider shook his head, looking at the Gale Sword that hadn't pierced his skin. It seems your skateboard can only roam in space, Chen Feng also retorted sarcastically. The skateboard struck his chest, only to be immediately blocked. Silver Slide looked closely and realized that his skateboard had been blocked by Chen Feng's chest. Sorry, I'm not an ordinary person either, Chen Feng smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth, a hint of mockery in his expression. Then I really underestimated you. Silver Slide decisively accepted the situation. Then he released his hands, and the force on the skateboard dissipated instantly. The pressure on Chen Feng's chest suddenly eased like smoke. However, at that moment, an even more terrifying aura suddenly came from behind. His entire spine chilled, and beads of cold sweat slowly slid down his back. The petals, which he thought had lost their energy, suddenly erupted with terrifying power, like a landslide or a tsunami. A surge of immense energy burst forth from the skateboard, completely engulfing Chen Feng. Young man, it seems you still have a lot to learn. Silver Slide looked at Chen Feng, who was covered by cosmic energy, his tone full of confidence. No one can withstand cosmic energy. Even a planet devourer would be overwhelmed by this terrifying power, unable to breathe, and even suffer clang. However, at this moment, a dazzling light, like the sun, suddenly burst forth from the endless cosmic energy. What? Even the usually calm Silver Slider was surprised by this sight. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the situation before him. The azure cosmic energy dispersed, revealing Chen Feng standing there, full of life. He seemed completely unaffected by the cosmic energy's attack. What is that in your hand? Silver Slider immediately pointed to a dazzling ray of light in Chen Feng's hand. There, it seemed, the entire universe was reflected, encompassing everything. It was this ray of light that protected Chen Feng, allowing him to successfully withstand the cosmic energy. That's why you can't defeat me. Chen Feng's fingers moved easily, and the ray of light danced like a fairy. The fact that even a mere fragment of the space stone could unleash such terrifying power truly surprised Chen Feng. This thing doesn't belong to Earth, it must be from outer space. Chen Feng didn't tell him, but Silver Slime silently analyzed it himself. Let's try it and see. Chen Feng clenched his fist and hurled it at Silver Slime. Silver Slime also wanted to test the power of the Space Stone. So he immediately retrieved his skateboard, used all his strength, and threw it out instantly. The two collided, like an underwater volcanic eruption, unleashing endless energy. It rapidly swept outwards, and the ground, unable to withstand the intense pressure, developed countless dense cracks. Fortunately, both Chen Feng and Silver Slime were conscious and used their power to seal off the surrounding area. "I won't lose to you so easily," Silver Slime roared. A massive energy, like a tidal wave, surged from the depths of the universe at speeds exceeding light, instantly reaching behind them. In just a few seconds, it condensed into Silver Slime's form, a gigantic figure. "Wow! It's kind of like Ultraman," Chen Feng exclaimed involuntarily, looking at Silver Slime's appearance. "That pale, white body is just too damn similar." Final battle, Chen Feng, Silver Strike roared. The energy giant charged out instantly. "I won't hold back either." The Gale Sword reappeared in Chen Feng's hand. Simultaneously, on his other palm, countless lightning bolts flashed and surged. It looked like a sea of lightning held in his hand. "Go! 1,000 birds!" Chen Feng roared. The sea of lightning instantly smeared onto the Gale Sword. Then, it merged with the energy of the 8 gems. A thunderous sword aura that swept across the heavens and earth suddenly burst forth violently. The space of Joe Kingdom seemed to be mercilessly torn apart, trembling. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Inside the house, Gaily, Mindy, and Wanda couldn't help but cover their ears. "Get out of my chaotic energy, don't get caught," Wanda frowned, deep red chaotic energy constantly emanating from her body, protecting the two beside her. Mindy and Gaily, now aware of the seriousness of the situation, wouldn't be too mischievous. Hiding within the chaotic energy, they cautiously observed the two still fighting outside. Their strength is just too monstrous. Mindy, already a passionate girl, was now even more excited, her blood seemingly burning. "You've always lived with Chen Feng, don't you know how powerful he is?" Wanda looked at Mindy with disbelief. "So living with him means you know a lot about him?" Mindy pursed her lips, answering non-committally. "You don't know Chen Feng is strong." Gaily also showed a surprised expression. After all, the pressure Chen Feng had put on her was immense, even surpassing that of Silver Smoke. "Why do I have to care about him all the time?" Mindy said irritably. He crossed his arms over his chest and turned his head away. The looks Gaily and Wanda gave Mindy were saying, "Isn't that right? I didn't mean to care about him. I just couldn't stand him, so I was keeping an eye on him for Sister Landisha." Mindy glanced at Wanda and Gaily, immediately defending himself in his mind. "Look, those two seem to be about to decide a winner." Just then, Gaily pointed out the window and shouted excitedly. In an instant, all three of them focused on the battle. Someone flew out. Wanda's sharp eyes caught the afterimage instantly. But due to the speed and the powerful energy surrounding it, she couldn't tell who it was. "You lost, Chen Feng." A silver-white figure suddenly floated in midair, like a god looking down at the mortals below. Cough 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 cough. Chen Feng clutched his chest and coughed violently twice. "I might have to disappoint you." Enduring the pain, he slowly stood up. The man in midair was completely stunned. Wasn't this guy knocked down by my attack? How could he still be standing? "Look at yourself." The imposing Chen Feng pointed to Yinhua's lower abdomen and smiled slightly. "Huh?" Yinhua frowned, touching his waist. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying sense of damage. Looking down, he discovered a deep gash on his waist, running from his left side down to below his chest. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Tension. Only then did he feel the intense pain. He immediately used his energy to forcefully suppress the pain in his mouth. Clutching his abdomen, Silver Slider's brows furrowed. It was clear he was still in considerable pain. However, at this moment, Chen Feng let out another painful groan. He knelt on the ground, also enduring the pain from his internal injuries. "It seems we're still evenly matched." Silver Slider looked at Chen Feng and smiled slightly. To encounter such an evenly matched opponent on Earth was a bit of fun in his otherwise mundane life. "Haha, only being able to force you to this point means my strength hasn't improved enough," Chen Feng shook his head and sighed helplessly. Hearing these words, Silver Slider couldn't help but smile wryly. Most people would consider it an honor to be able to withstand his attacks, but Chen Feng actually considered it a disgrace. It seems your ambitions aren't on Earth, your ambitions surpass everyone else's, Silver Slider said calmly. Now, his opinion of Chen Feng had completely changed. We can no longer treat him like an Earthling. Who knows, we might meet again on some planet in the future. I wouldn't call it ambition, but my heart is in the more distant cosmic galaxies, Chen Feng said frankly. Facing someone as genuine as Silver Slipper, it was still somewhat reassuring. Then I hope to meet you again in some other place in 467. Then I'll be your guide, showing you the most beautiful places. Silver Slipper, having regained his composure, was no longer in so much pain. Chen Feng understood what Silver Slipper meant by place and nodded firmly. Get out of here quickly. Chen Feng seems to have suffered a severe injury. After the smoke cleared, a tense expression appeared on Mindy's face. She rushed out of Wanda's Chaos Energy Protection Zone and ran towards Chen Feng outside. Hey! Mindy, wait for me, be careful. Wanda and Gailey quickly followed, a hint of worry flashing in their eyes. You said you didn't care about Chen Feng, do you think you can catch me? How you? Wanda thought smugly. But then, a faint sadness crept in. It seemed she didn't want Mindy to care so much about Chen Feng. Wanda, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Gailey noticed Wanda's distraction and waved her hand in front of her face. If Chen Feng was seriously injured, he wouldn't cook for me as often anymore, and he wouldn't share his energy-boosting treats with me as snacks. Gailey was so nervous because of this. If Wanda and Mindy knew, they would definitely pat her head in exasperation and yell glutton, or good for nothing. Okay, let's go. Wanda finally snapped out of her daze, gave a perfunctory reply, and quickly ran towards Chen Feng. Soon, the three of them arrived beside Chen Feng, looking him up and down. Mindy was the most obvious, constantly touching this and that, even lifting Chen Feng's eyelids to examine his eyes. He was like a super old Chinese medicine doctor. Hey! Don't touch me here, Chen Feng slapped Gailey's hand away. Little Chen Feng wasn't someone to be touched casually, and besides, it was perfectly fine. Look at yourself, covered in dirt, radiating deathly energy. Do you think I wanted to hit you? If it weren't for Natasha's house, I would have kicked you away, Mindy said irritably. But her eyes revealed meticulous care. She didn't know when it started, but this girl who used to rely on her had become a mischievous little brat who was always teasing her. Perhaps Mindy wanted to use her unique way to get Chen Feng's attention, to make him remember her forever, to imprint her deep in his mind and heart. After all, since Tasha came along, the younger Mindy was basically in a state of half-concern. Sigh, it seems that a man being able to cook is quite a skill. Silver Slippery watched the playful Chen Feng and Mindy with great interest. And with Wanda and Gailey surrounding him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On Earth, he always saw these different kinds of emotions. This was why Silver Slider liked staying on Earth. It always stirred something deep within him, like something naturally formed in his memory, something he could passively feel. Chen Feng, I'm very happy to be here today. If you have the chance to come to my bar, I'll buy you a drink, Silver Slider said with a smile to Chen Feng. Then he turned to Gailey, like a guardian, and said, you can stay here, but I hope you don't cause too much trouble, otherwise you'll have to go back. I don't want to go back. Gailey's eyes flashed, and she quietly touched Chen Feng's back. Having fully understood Chen Feng's strength today, she now regarded him as her strongest shield. Chen Feng, please take good care of Gailey for me. If she makes a mistake, you can discipline her anytime, don't hold back. After making this last promise, Silver Slider vanished. Did you hear that? From now on, you have to listen to me. Chen Feng looked at Gailey with a sly grin, clearly pleased with himself. Gailey was speechless for a moment. She seemed to have accepted the decision. After all, Silver Slipper had the right to take her home. Gailey, I'm here. Don't be afraid of him. I'll back you up. Mindy suddenly stood in front of Gailey, speaking with the cheerfulness of a big sister. Mindy, adults are disciplining children, so don't interfere. Chen Feng pointed at Mindy, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Then let me handle Gailey. Mindy raised an eyebrow, seemingly certain that Chen Feng would agree. Let's go, Gailey, let's go back and continue playing games. Before Chen Feng could speak, she led Gailey and Wanda into the house. Is he destined to be my nemesis? Chen Feng looked up at the starry sky, as if searching for an answer. But the sky, where the dark clouds had just dispersed, left him only with endless night. With so many people, the relationships are truly intricate, Chen Feng muttered to himself, then walked towards the house. He had to admit, it was much warmer inside. Ouch! Halfway there, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest. Chen Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth, forcing a smile. That sly fox, he's too ruthless, he muttered weakly, thinking that he must finish the most expensive drink at that bar later. At this moment, the terrifying energy fluctuations outside the house finally subsided. The higher-ups at S.H.I.E.L.D. finally breathed a sigh of relief. Inside Stark Tower. Since obtaining a portion of Venom's tissue, Tony had been working day and night in the lab. He analyzed Venom's tissue every day, hoping to make some new discoveries. After nearly 10 days of exploration, Tony finally found a method. Jarvis, stabilize the data for me. I need to integrate some of the tissue into the mark. Tony stared intently at the experimental table in front of him, his tone extremely serious. Yes, Mr. Stark. Upon receiving the order, Jarvis immediately busied himself, completely controlling the agitated Venom tissue. Activate the micropulse wave to peel out some of the tissue. Also, turn on the metal dissolving liquid, keep it ready at all times, Tony said, enunciating each word clearly. His words carried the power of a top scientist. Under Tony's command, the Iron Man suit, which had already formed a mold, gradually dissolved into liquid state. Then, along with the peeled-out Venom tissue, it was also integrated into the Iron Man suit. Jarvis, now use supergravity pressure to recondense the liquid into the Iron Man suit. Tony stared intently at the scene before him, not missing a single step. Almost done, Jarvis, increase the pressure. As the new Iron Man suit neared completion, Tony's expression grew even more serious, even slightly tense. Monday, outside the lab, involuntarily turned his head to look at the extremely focused Tony inside. It must be said, some of Tony's intelligence had indeed influenced Monday. At least, his impression of him had changed somewhat. The lab was bustling with activity, while the outside was completely different, unusually quiet. After a long while, the lab door finally opened, and Tony emerged, panting heavily. Phew. Finally got it done, his face beamed with uncontainable happiness and joy. Sir, shall we test the symbiote suit's various properties now? Jarvis asked. No rush, let me have a cup of coffee first. Tony waved his hand, deciding to relax first. The continuous all-nighters had left him physically and mentally exhausted. If it weren't for the extreme excitement keeping him going, he probably would have collapsed and fallen asleep by now. Having received Tony's answer, Jarvis didn't ask any further questions. Monday, isn't the name symbiote suit pretty cool? Tony walked up to Monday and asked with extreme pride. It's so-so. It just borrows Venom's symbiotic properties, it doesn't have much of its own innovation, Monday said calmly. His calm words were filled with a subtle sarcasm. Then tell me one. Tony's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he snapped angrily. Why should I tell you? Monday retorted, leaving Tony speechless. This was infuriating. After saying this, Monday walked away, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation with Tony. Faced with this extremely arrogant behavior, Tony could only stare blankly, unable to utter a word in rebuttal. Damn it. Why did I leave it here? Tony sighed and slapped his forehead in exasperation. Jarvis, you can help me get rid of this annoying guy, sir. But Mr. Chen Feng owns half the company, so we can't do that. Jarvis's explanation only made Tony more frustrated, his face turning ashen. Alright, you don't need to say anything more, I know everything. Seeing Jarvis about to give him another lecture, Chen Feng quickly waved his hand and walked straight to the coffee shop. Is this what they mean by a lone wolf in the book? Jarvis thought to himself, watching Tony leave alone. He poured himself a cup of coffee, then sat down on the sofa with a troubled expression and slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what Tony was thinking. Chapter 184 Issues. After a long while, Tony finally opened his eyes and put the now cold glass aside. Jarvis, let's begin testing the symbiote suit's properties. His words were brimming with confidence. He quickly walked to the symbiote suit and touched it. The next moment, the armor, still resembling the Iron Man suit, instantly fluidized and rapidly spread across Tony's body. Once the fluid had covered his entire body, it transformed back into armor. This time, however, the facial armor was gone, revealing Tony's face. Sir, don't you need facial armor? Jarvis asked suspiciously. Of course not. How could I let armor block my handsome face? Tony smiled slightly. This was an inspiration he drew from the Venom organization. While the face lacked armor protection, it didn't mean it would become a weak point. On the contrary, it might become a trap, deceiving the enemy. Let's go, Jarvis, record the data. Tony had barely finished speaking when he instantly left Stark Tower. He sped off at supersonic speed. Whoosh, Tony shouted, looking down at the brightly lit, narrow streets below. The new Iron Man's suit's speed had increased another notch compared to before. Fly, my darling. Tony didn't linger, soaring towards the higher reaches of the clouds. In an instant, he broke through the clouds, arriving below the atmosphere, high in the sky. So exhilarating, Tony shouted with delight. Even without the faceplate, his hairstyle and face remained at an exceptionally high level. The constant flight at high altitudes pushed the stimulation deep within Tony's mind to its peak. The rapid decomposition of the dopamine gave him a drug-like high. Now, let's enter the endless revelry, Tony roared. The symbiote suit transformed, and a pair of large, magnificent wings suddenly unfurled from his back. The supersonic speed propelled Tony far away from the main suit, arriving in nearby New Jersey. Meanwhile, far inside S.H.I.E.L.D, Venom slowly recovered its energy. It could sense that a part of itself had been used as material, forever losing its vitality. I won't let you get away with this, you despicable Earthlings, Venom thought viciously to himself. He had already begun plotting how to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps, he was his best partner. Venom's eyes narrowed, staring at a strong figure in the distance, a glint of cunning flashing in them. No one noticed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to be engulfed in a storm. Eddie, I'll bring you back. Venom curled up into a ball again, looking exhausted. General Ross, if you continue this unreasonable behavior, then please leave S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury said, looking displeased. He had thought today was just a routine military inspection, but he hadn't expected the hot-tempered General Ross to come along. Especially since he kept bringing up the Hulk issue, namely Bruce's affair. Fury, let me tell you, S.H.I.E.L.D. can no longer tolerate what Bruce has done in the Treaty of Nations. It must be handled by the military. Although the Hulk had helped humanity win several battles, in General Ross's eyes, the Hulk was still a monster that only caused destruction and was harmful to the people. General Ross, the Avengers program has been approved by Congress. It's not something your military can decide. If you still have objections, you can go to Congress. They will give you better advice. Fury didn't want to deal with Ross anymore, he just felt that Ross was being unreasonable. And most importantly, everyone had seen the Hulk's contributions to Earth, it wasn't impossible for him not to know. So, everything was Ross's doing. To put it bluntly, he just doesn't like Hulk. HMPH. Fury, don't think I don't know a lot about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal affairs. If I told Congress, you wouldn't be living so comfortably, Ross said threateningly. These words made Fury's eyes gleam, and a murderous intent suddenly erupted. He was genuinely displeased with General Ross. Fury, I heard you recently acquired an alien creature, something like a symbiote. Without delving further into Bruce's matter, General Ross changed the subject. Venom? Where did he get this information? Fury was immediately surprised. Only a few people knew about Venom. Don't even think about lying to me. That alien creature killed many people on Earth. Take me to see it. General Ross was extremely confident and had already prepared to have Fury lead the way. Looks like you came prepared this time. Fury smiled slightly, but there was an unspeakable meaning behind the smile. How dare I come to your S.H.I.E.L.D. without doing my homework? General Ross smiled back, but his confidence was more evident. Let's go. Fury knew he had no other choice but to take him to see Venom. The two headed towards the most heavily guarded part of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the temperature dropped sharply. Speaking of which, S.H.I.E.L.D. truly lived up to its reputation as Congress's favored son. The interior design was quite impressive. Along the way, General Ross's tone was somewhat sour. After all, his own military was still quite different from S.H.I.E.L.D. This is it? Fury stopped and pointed to a titanium alloy iron door in front of him, saying expressionlessly, I can go in by myself, I don't need your guidance. General Ross stepped forward to Fury and decisively refused. No, you don't understand it enough, I must stay by your side. Fury's expression changed, and he refused to accept this condition. Don't forget, you have many things in my hands, including Bruce's and your own. General Ross pointed to the object, his eyes filled with determination. Even if you get Congress to remove me from my position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's attitude was extremely firm, with no intention of backing down. All of S.H.I.E.L.D's information was still under evaluation, and there was not much that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about it. Moreover, considering its past actions, Ross absolutely could not go alone. Okay, the two of us will go in together, the rest of you stay outside. In the end, Fury chose to soften his stance, telling himself that he could not continue this course of action. You stay outside and keep an eye on things, Fury said to Agent Hill. Upon hearing this, General Ross's men all turned pale. Isn't this a joke about us? A bunch of weaklings like that, you guys are here, just cooperate with them, General Ross said, unconcerned with the situation. After finishing, the two entered the alloy building together. Commander, can you tell me now what that alien creature is? Ross asked, looking at Ross with great curiosity. You'll know once you see it, General Ross replied, not wanting to say much more, and walked straight ahead. See? This is what you wanted to see. He stopped, pointing to the venom in the glass container, and said very seriously. For some reason, upon seeing the venom, Fury's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What does this mean? Fury touched his chest. His brow furrowed. Is this thing an alien species? Ross seemed very interested in the venom, almost pressing his face against the glass. Go see for yourself, but don't just look from the outside. Fury followed closely beside Ross, extremely vigilant. I know, this little guy is just too beautiful. Ross's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the twisting venom before him. The venom within the glass container also began to distort, as if conveying some message. Gradually, the venom, which had been limp and powerless in the glass, displayed incredible vitality. Director Fury, have you figured anything out about it? General Ross turned to look at Fury, his eyes fixed on him, seemingly trying to extract something from his heart. We only recently acquired it, so we haven't gotten anything concrete yet. Fury shook his head, unwilling to delve any deeper. Fury, I want to take a closer look. Ross made his request again, then tried to enter. No, its danger level is classified as SS level. Without absolute assurance, no one else can go in. Fury decisively refused, still hoping to prevent any accidents. Isn't it kept locked up by you? Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. even have this much confidence? General Ross asked skeptically. This remark greatly displeased Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. was not a place for outsiders to question. Even if our protection was sufficient, we wouldn't let you in. Fury thought to himself. His dissatisfaction with General Ross had reached its peak. Fury, don't forget, I can propose cutting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research funding at the next Congress. When there's no money, you'll be crying. General Ross was also stubborn. Having decided to go in and investigate, he was determined to see it through. General Ross, a proposal without a reason won't get Congress's approval, Fury retorted dismissively. The people in Congress aren't fools, and they're not his men. How could they possibly approve such a non-constructive proposal? I have a lot of leverage over S.H.I.E.L.D., and the unauthorized harboring of alien life forms without reporting to higher-ups is enough for Congress to cut your annual budget. General Ross smiled confidently. Don't be so arrogant, Ross. I'm doing this to prevent venom from escaping. We don't know much about it yet, so we have to be careful. Fury, somewhat exasperated, snapped. Fury, don't you have any confidence? During the last major battle on the mountain, the alien creatures that invaded Earth were all driven away. Believe in yourself, we Earthlings aren't so weak. Chapter 185 Hesitation. General Ross seemed somewhat arrogant. Although he hadn't participated in the Great War, he had witnessed the strength of Earthlings from another room. No. The risk is too high. Neither you nor I can bear this responsibility. Fury resolutely refused, his head bowed. Then don't blame me, Fury. Ross suddenly drew a pistol from his waist, pointing it at Fury's head, a bloodthirsty killing intent erupting from him. For a veteran like him, a gun was as important as life itself. Therefore, Ross usually concealed a pistol inside his clothing, just in case. Ross, put down your gun. We don't need to go this far, Fury said slowly. After all, he knew General Ross quite well and knew his violent temper. Take me in, or your head might be gone forever. Ross slammed his right hand down, the muzzle of the gun pressing hard against Fury's temple. The sharp pain made him grit his teeth. This rude guy, he should have kicked him away earlier. Fury cursed silently in his heart, but his body betrayed him. He walked step by step to the metal door and spoke to the surveillance camera, word by word. Chief, do we really have to do this? Venom isn't an ordinary criminal, it's extremely dangerous. Agent Hill looked at Fury on the screen and advised with a worried expression. Do you think I still have a way? Fury said with a bitter smile. If he hadn't trusted Ross so much, he wouldn't have ended up like this. General Ross, if anything happens to Venom, none of us can bear the responsibility. I hope you'll reconsider and release the director, Agent Hill earnestly advised Ross. But Ross, having already drawn his gun, couldn't back down now, otherwise, he'd lose face. Like General, like soldiers. Agent Hill, don't learn from that coward Fury. Listen to me, it'll be fine. General Ross wasn't worried at all he could think about was getting inside to see Venom in its entirety. No, it's too dangerous. I can't do this, Agent Hill firmly refused. If something went wrong, Ross couldn't afford the consequences, and it could even cause irreparable damage to S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hill, I'm telling you, you have to open the door now, or you might never see Fury's head again. General Ross's face contorted with rage, and he pointed his pistol at Fury's head. I'll give you 5 more seconds to make your choice. I believe you're a smart man. General Ross smiled slightly, revealing his pearly white teeth. His smile, however, sent a chill down one's spine. Director, hold on, I'll send someone in to teach you soon. Agent Hill held firm, already planning a rescue strategy in his mind. Don't even think about it. By the time you come to save him, he'll be dead. General Ross's brutal reply. Clearly, Hill's words had thoroughly enraged him. Bruce had been taken in by them and turned into a superhero, revered by some. Meanwhile, he, the former Hulk hunter, was seen as a ruthless villain by ordinary people. So, Ross already had a fire burning inside him, and now he was seizing this opportunity to vent it. 5, 4, 3. Just as he was about to reach the last number, Ross paused, staring intently at Hill on the screen. Stop, give me a little more time, let me think. Hill finally relented, her expression showing great struggle. She didn't know what to do. After all, Venom wasn't an ordinary criminal. There's not much time left, Agent Hill. Act now, or your dear director, Fury will be decapitated. Ross spoke decisively, his tone full of ambiguity. Okay. I understand. I'll open the door for you right now. Under pressure, Hill had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, if Fury really died, it would be like half the sky had fallen for S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hill, you made the right choice. Ross looked at the open metal door and stepped inside. He came to the glass container and stared at the beautiful Venom up close. He was completely captivated, as if he were attracted by a stunningly beautiful woman. Ross, don't be tempted by Venom. It's an alien creature that has committed a heinous crime. Be careful, Fury shouted a warning from the side. But for Ross, his eyes and mind were now completely focused on Venom. Venom, what a beautiful creature. Ross was completely attracted to Venom, and his pistol lost its aim. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fury quickly lowered his hand and then lunged forward to punch Ross in the face. However, at that moment, the glass container suddenly exploded. Fury froze, turning to see the glass container completely shattered. The bound Venom, now unleashed, pounced on General Ross. No, Fury roared. But by then, Venom had already completed its parasitic infestation. Agent Hill, seal all exits. Go on high alert. Fury quickly retreated, shouting into the surveillance cameras. The moment Venom entered General Ross's body, a cataclysmic change had occurred. Aren't you surprised to see me now? Venom smiled wickedly. Damn it. Hill, quickly gather manpower and lock down all entrances and exits to S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury shouted into the surveillance cameras. Understood, Director. Agent Hill angrily rubbed her forehead. She'd warned earlier that it might cause a bad situation, and it had actually happened in such a short time. Damn it. From now on, I'll make sure all those military people get out of here, Fury silently vowed. Fury fled quickly, his anger rising when he saw his men being threatened by military personnel. Shut. Run. Even in his anger, Fury couldn't risk innocent lives. With a roar, Venom quickly caught up. My God. What kind of monster is this? Run. The military personnel felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing Venom's appearance and immediately fled. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents didn't have time to react either, running outside at top speed. You guys go. Grab your weapons and meet up with reinforcements to stop Venom from escaping, Fury yelled at the fleeing men. His task now was to lure Venom to the most heavily guarded area. Die? You monster! After seeing everyone else escape, Venom immediately attacked Fury. Having spent several days at S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury knew he was the leader. Therefore, his hatred for him had reached its peak. Come on, catch me if you dare, Fury said playfully, his words laced with provocation. Taking advantage of Venom's momentary lapse in attention, he drew his pistol, aimed at its head, and fired a fierce shot. The powerful 9mm bullet, however, was like air to Venom, completely imperceptible against its defenses. Venom leaped 5 or 6 meters into the air, pouncing on Fury. Damn it, Fury cursed, dodging Venom's attack with lightning speed. He narrowly avoided the attack. When he saw the scene ahead, a surge of joy filled him. Now, he would show Venom the true power of S.H.I.E.L.D. He continued firing backward, drawing Venom's attention, while simultaneously running forward. Enraged by Fury, Venom had clearly lost its mind, or perhaps it was simply venting its anger after its recent outburst. So, it recklessly gave chase. Rat-a-tat-tat. The ear-piercing gunshots rang out continuously. Unbeknownst to them, Fury and Venom, one after the other, arrived at a wide-open space ahead. "Hill, turn off the infrared beams and let me through," Fury whispered. A moment later, Hill, following orders, successfully led Fury through the infrared zone. Just as Venom was about to catch up, the infrared beams were turned back on. So, the instant Venom entered the infrared zone, various weapons sprang up from the walls beside them. Bullets whistled out, like a torrential downpour. In addition, even laser weapons were fired, instantly making the air incredibly hot, raising the temperature by several notches. "You weakling!" Venom reached out to block the various ferocious attacks, but his body couldn't help but bend downwards. After all, on their symbiote planet, Venom could only be considered a loser. That is to say, his strength was not top tier, but only incredibly powerful compared to humans. Under the overwhelming pressure, Venom gradually began to falter. Because General Ross was quite old, his physical strength was clearly not on the same level as that of a younger person. "Damn it!" Venom roared, then tried to escape from the infrared zone. Still trying to escape? HMPH. Fury, having caught his breath, immediately revealed his ruthless side. "Hill, increase the firepower. Don't let this monster escape." As soon as the order was given, the firepower in the infrared zone intensified. Venom, trying to escape, encountered the fiercest resistance. "Dambug!" Venom roared, his anger reaching its peak. He had finally managed to trick Ross into coming in and escape successfully. He couldn't possibly be imprisoned again. His brow furrowed, Venom seemed hesitant. There was no other way, he had to do it this way. As if making a final decision, Venom finally made up his mind. A violent explosion was heard, and Venom in the infrared zone suddenly shattered into countless thin threads. The dispersed Venom revealed General Ross inside. Fury, with his keen eyesight, immediately ordered Agent Hill to halt the attack. Otherwise, those bullets and lasers would have riddled Ross with holes. Chapter 186 Cooperation. They might not even leave behind a corpse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Venom abandoned General Ross, transforming into a black shadow and fleeing into the distance. "Eddie, wait for me, we'll turn S.H.I.E.L.D. upside down together." Following Eddie's scent, Venom stealthily sped off in a certain direction. "Hill, keep an eye on Venom's location, and Eddie, keep a close eye on him." Fury stroked his smooth head, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "Understood, Director," Hill nodded. But now, Venom's figure couldn't be found on any of the surveillance screens. He must be hiding. "Ross, oh Ross, what can I say to you?" Fury walked step by step to Ross's side, looking at his utterly dejected state, and coughed. A while later, Ross finally woke up, looking extremely exhausted. It was as if all the strength in his body had been drained by Venom. "If Venom escapes, you'll be facing a court-martial." Hearing these words upon waking was an unbearable blow to Ross. "Your arrogance, your blindness, and everything you've done will ultimately become your downfall," Fury whispered in General Ross's ear. Faced with such sarcastic words, the usually arrogant Ross deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all his bravado. He knew that after today, he might lose more than just his rank. "Grab it. As long as I grab it, everything will be fine. I won't go to a military court," Ross muttered frantically to himself, as if grasping at a straw. Even if you bring Venom back, you'll still have to face a military court's judgment. Just wait, Ross, you'll pay for your actions. Fury completely ignored Ross's words and was about to head to the front lines to capture Venom. No. Fury, as long as you don't say anything, the military won't know, and I won't go to a military court. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Ross's eyes, as if he had grasped the last glimmer of hope. Don't think about it, Ross. Have you forgotten what you did to me before? Everything you've done is your own doing, and you'll have to pay for it. Fury pried open Ross's tightly gripped right hand and left expressionlessly. Hill, have someone lock up General Ross. Don't let him interfere with the capture of Venom. After taking a few steps, Fury gave the order to Hill in his earpiece. Yes, Director. At this moment, Hill felt no sympathy for Ross whatsoever. If it weren't for his reckless suggestion, there would be no need to capture Venom. She had no confidence in such a dangerous matter. Strengthen surveillance. Once Venom is spotted, immediately capture it. It definitely hasn't escaped yet, Fury was extremely certain. Zingran didn't know much about Venom, but she knew that without a host, its strength would be greatly reduced. Director, Venom should be hiding. We haven't found any trace of it in any of the surveillance footage, but I've already sent people to search various places. Be careful during the search, don't let it have any chance, Fury reminded her again. He didn't want General Ross's case to happen to one of his subordinates. I understand, Director. Agent Hill, aware of the danger of this operation, felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Meanwhile, Venom, now without a host, could only slowly incline forward in the shadows. If discovered in this state, it would be trapped in that tiny glass vessel. Venom never wanted to experience that unbearable feeling again. He had to find Eddie quickly to have any chance of escape. Sensing Eddie's scent, Venom dodged left and right, moving towards a certain location. Inside Scarman prison. Eddie sat listlessly in the prison, his face blank, lost in thought. The sudden transformation from Venom to human was extremely disorienting for Eddie. You brat, what are you doing sitting there looking so gloomy? A blonde-haired boy in the next cell sneered at Eddie. However, Eddie paid him no attention, remaining lost in his own thoughts. Little brat, did you wet your pants from being scared so badly you were dragged in? The blonde-haired man continued his taunts. Eddie ignored him. This only enraged the blonde-haired man further. He was an extremely violent serial killer, having murdered his own brother as a child. Then, because a strange woman insulted him, he too was killed by his own hand. It could be said that the blonde-haired boy's mind was filled only with endless killing and a cruel heart. Kid, ignore me. When I get out, I'll twist your head off, kick it like a ball, then dismember your path piece by piece, throw your face into the toilet, and pull your intestines out from under your ass. The enraged blonde-haired boy's face changed drastically, his contorted expression resembling that of a demon from hell. Even so, Eddie remained unmoved, staring at the empty corridor before him and the threatening words whispering in his ear. He had become a dried-up corpse, devoid of his soul. Eddie, I'm coming. Just then, a sudden thought struck Eddie, like a bomb exploding in his mind. Venom? Where are you? Eddie snapped back to reality and muttered to himself, his voice filled with anxiety. I'll be right there. Get ready, we're leaving. Venom told Eddie the detailed plan. Then he rushed towards the prison. You brat. Scared you? Kneel down and beg for mercy, you might still have a chance to live. The blonde-haired kid, realizing Eddie had come to his senses, suddenly felt his intimidation had worked. He's coming soon? I want to leave. I don't want to stay here. Eddie was overjoyed, extremely excited, pacing back and forth in the prison. Eddie, I'm coming, a powerful voice rang out, and the prison wall shattered instantly. A black figure burst forth. Venom. Eddie roared, and then Venom merged with him. He had become the complete Venom. This feeling was exhilarating. Eddie looked at his arm, now black again, and felt immense satisfaction. What the hell? The blonde-haired boy's eyes widened in shock at the transformed Eddie. If I could get this power, I could definitely escape from here. After the initial shock, a surge of ambition rose within the blonde-haired man. His eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the Venom before him. He gripped the iron bars tightly, pressing his face against them. Venom had been spotted, inside Eddie's prison. The moment Venom appeared, it was captured by surveillance cameras. Soldiers who had been lying in wait near the prison rushed towards Venom, weapons in hand. Fire, the captain roared. Then, a neat array of rifles were aimed at Venom, and a hail of bullets erupted. A deluge of bullets formed a net, completely enveloping Venom. "Eddie, get ready, we're about to begin our escape." Venom stomped his feet on the ground, his entire body leaping into the air, charging towards the iron bars. With a loud crash, the iron bars collapsed, and Venom immediately escaped from the prison that had been guarding the blonde-haired boy. After some exploration, he knew that the walls there were the weakest, making it the most likely escape route. "Come on. Come on. Come on, baby." When the blonde-haired boy saw Venom charging towards him, he was incredibly excited. The glimmer of hope for escape finally shone on his face. The prison gates slammed shut, and Venom, completely ignoring the blonde-haired boy, charged straight towards the wall. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets rained down like a torrent. Sensing the danger, the blonde-haired boy quickly ducked, covering his head to avoid the barrage of bullets. Venom, caught off guard, was also struck by bullets. Under the immense impact of the three, the wall crumbled like a sheet of paper before Venom, crushing it directly. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and Venom burst forth from the star. Upon seeing this, the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately gave chase, leaving a few to guard the fallen blonde-haired guy, while the others, guns drawn, continued their pursuit of Venom. The fallen blonde-haired boy, his eyes glazed, cautiously observed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted a black, writhing mass beside him, its skin remarkably similar to Venom's. Could this be what that guy left behind? The blonde-haired boy murmured softly. He stared intently at the black mass before him, his clear eyes burning with lust. He looked left and right, searching for the perfect opportunity to claim the star-shaped organization for himself. But the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were all highly trained, giving the blonde-haired boy virtually no chance. "Damn it! Can't you just leave?" the blonde-haired kid cursed inwardly. In his anxiety, his mind worked even faster. A moment later, a brilliant idea flashed through his head. "This time, let's see if you'll give me a chance." A wicked smile crept across the blonde-haired kid's face as he shifted his stance, about to stand up. Circled, the guards immediately noticed the blonde-haired kid's movement. Their rifles were pointed at his head. "Stand up!" a loud shout rang out, signaling the blonde-haired kid to enter another cell. "Okay, brothers," the blonde-haired kid cooperated readily, swaying as he walked forward. Suddenly, he said to the person next to him in a panic, "Brother, look at that thing." His panicked expression was so convincing that one couldn't help but admire the blonde-haired kid's acting skills. "What? James, you stay here and watch him, I'll go check on him." One of the soldiers looked ahead in confusion, then said to the person beside him. Chapter 187 Sharp Weapon. He quickly approached the venomous tissue, and upon seeing it clearly, he was immediately terrified. Could this be Venom's legacy? His face was filled with shock, his limbs trembling with fear, unsure what to do. "Come with me." The soldier guarding the blonde-haired boy pressed his rifle against his back and led him forward. "Yes, sir." His face was filled with worry and fear, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. This must be Venom's tissue. Let's report to our superiors and have them send someone to deal with it. This soldier was noticeably calmer and immediately offered the best solution. "Okay, that's it. We'll all stay away from it and avoid being infected." Another soldier spread his arms, signaling everyone to back off. Thump. But just then, a dull thud suddenly sounded. The soldier felt a powerful impact on his arm, and before he could react, the blonde-haired boy had already rushed to the venomous tissue and grabbed it. "Quick, attack him!" James shouted. He pulled the trigger, a bright tongue of fire erupting from the muzzle, and a whistling bullet shot out. Another soldier reacted a second later, also immediately opening fire on the blonde-haired boy. But the blonde-haired boy, having already come into contact with the Venom organization, had completely activated that part of the organization. In the blink of an eye, the blonde-haired boy was completely covered by the black organization, but unlike others, his chest was a bright, fiery red, shining like a gemstone. Is this power? Ho ha ho ha. The bullets hit the blonde-haired boy's body, but it was like a tickle, causing no damage whatsoever. It seemed that the blonde-haired boy's strength was even greater than Venom's. Moreover, this part of Venom's organization had not taken over the blonde-haired boy's mind. Instead, it possessed its own will. "Sir, another Venom-infected person has appeared at the prison. Requesting backup." Under the heavy firepower, James immediately relayed the information to command. To remain calm under such a tense atmosphere shows a remarkable mental fortitude. "You two piece of trash, tickling me like this, isn't it satisfying?" After sensing the power, The blonde-haired kid finally focused his attention on the two soldiers. He took a step forward, instantly appearing before them. With lightning speed, his thick hand lashed out, crushing bullets with overwhelming force, piercing their skulls. Even in death, neither of them had reacted. James. What's the situation? I'll send reinforcements right away, a hurried female voice came from the walkie-talkie. The blonde-haired kid, his hands covered in blood, picked up the walkie-talkie, the blood seeping through, and a hoarse voice came through. James is dead. And remember, my name is Jushak. Today I'm going to kill everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. The blonde-haired kid's cold words released a chilling killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Sir, something bad has happened. After that last voice came through the walkie-talkie, it fell silent forever. S.H.I.E.L.D., all the suffering I've endured, I'll repay you today. A chilling killing intent flashed in Jushak's eyes. He leaped out of the prison. Meanwhile, the large group continued their pursuit of Venom. However, due to Venom's stealth and incredible speed, they could only follow in its wake for a while. Quick! It's heading towards the archives room, go after it. Based on information from headquarters, all the soldiers, breathing heavily, headed towards the archives room. Headquarters had issued a strict order, capture Venom in the archives room. Otherwise, once it escaped, it would be impossible to catch it again, like finding a needle in a haystack. Eddie, as long as we get out of the archives room, we can escape S.H.I.E.L.D. Just hold on a little longer, Venom encouraged Eddie, knowing that Eddie was its host, and if Eddie was strong enough, it would indirectly enhance Venom's own strength. Don't worry, Venom, I won't fall here. Eddie and Venom were of one mind, knowing they had no way out. Otherwise, they would be in prison for life. Bang! The door was smashed down, and Venom quickly entered the archives, instantly cutting off the power, plunging the vast space into darkness. The pitch-black night was actually Venom's most comfortable place. Moving through the archives, Venom kept scanning left and right, wary of the S.H.I.E.L.D. pursuers. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, spotting a very interesting document. He grabbed the document and then rushed forward without a second thought. Behind the walls of the archives was a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. So for Venom and Eddie, getting out of the archives would be a victory. Surround them. Fury arrived at the archives with a large group of men and immediately ordered his soldiers to form a tight encirclement. Captain, you and I, each take a group of men and surround Venom from the front and back. Fury watched as Rogers, rifle in hand, led a team forward, leaving the more dangerous rear to Rogers. He knew Rogers would choose the rear. Bucky, let's crush that humiliation of last time with our own hands, Rogers nodded. The humiliation of failing to capture Venom last time was etched into Rogers' heart, lingering for a long time. This time, I won't let it escape. Bucky gripped his metal arm, a determined look in his eyes. Hurry up. Venom arrived at the archives a long time ago, we don't have much time, Fury urged, then led his men to the archives door. Looking at the broken door, Fury frowned. After reminding his men to be careful, he led everyone cautiously deeper inside. Inside, it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Only when the assault rifle searchlight was turned on did he feel slightly better. Everyone, maintain absolute focus. Don't let your guard down for even a moment, Fury roared again, leading the way to scout ahead. In the dim light, Venom's trail was still visible. The many collapsed bookshelves and countless pieces of paper reduced to dust were all signs of Venom's arrival. Everyone must follow behind me. No one may act alone without orders. Everyone must maintain their own direction, understand? Yes, Director. With everyone united, Fury and his group slowly moved deeper into the area. Rogers and Bucky, also leading a team, arrived at the back of their data room. This secluded and dark path was known only to S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, built as a precaution. Everyone, listen up. You stay at the door, don't come in. Rogers didn't want anyone other than himself and Bucky to enter. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, while possessing greater combat power than ordinary people, would only be a hindrance to Venom. Yes, Captain, the soldiers obeyed Rogers' orders decisively. This was the rule of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bucky, let's go in, Rogers shouted, leading Bucky inside. Eddie, we're almost there, are you ready? Venom asked. Of course, I can't wait any longer. Eddie has had enough of everything inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and desperately wants to get out of here. Wait, there's a sound. Just then, Venom stopped and listened carefully. Is someone coming? Eddie asked hurriedly. His heart was in his throat, and his breathing became rapid. Someone's here, then let's take them down. Venom's words were filled with sharp killing intent. If anyone dared to block his way out, there was only one word: death. How about we take another route? There are still too many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Eddie wanted to play it safe and didn't want to confront them head-on. These were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and their fighting power was terrifying. There's no time. If we take another route, we might not be able to get out. Venom shook his head and rejected Eddie's suggestion. Then let's fight them head-on. I don't believe we can't get out. Venom's anger flared up as he roared. Very good, charge. Venom liked Eddie's personality and was full of joy. After charging forward for a while, Venom noticed the two figures approaching. How did they know my route? Venom was full of questions. Despite concealing himself, he still couldn't avoid the two. Escaping without fighting was the best option. Bucky, the infrared detector shows Venom is in the passage around the left corner in front of us, Rogers shouted. Both men tensed, raising their power to its peak. This time, I'm going to beat the tower to pulp. Bucky twisted his arms and charged forward recklessly. Wait, Rogers pressed down on Bucky's shoulder. Their previous failure taught them they couldn't be so reckless again. Besides, Venom wasn't as weak as they'd imagined. After his initial impulsiveness, Rogers' reprimand calmed Bucky down, and he slowly approached, step by step, nearing the corner. Rogers stopped only after hearing Venom's footsteps. Here it comes. Get ready. Holding his breath, Rogers firmly gripped his shield, aiming at the corner. Suddenly, a figure lunged out, a blur of black. Bang! 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 The black figure shattered instantly, turning into countless black streaks. Wait, this isn't Venom. Realizing this immediately, Rogers shouted, retreating rapidly. Bucky also noticed quickly and retreated hastily. Boom! The wall beside Rogers and Bucky was suddenly blasted apart, the black shadow as sharp as a divine weapon capable of cutting through iron. Chapter 188 Impact. Your reaction was pretty quick, wasn't it? Venom's figure finally appeared, still as strong and tall as before. You've gotten smarter too, haven't you? You even knew we were hiding here, Rogers said with equal sincerity. He became extremely focused, ready to strike without hesitation at the first opportunity. A black shadow transformed into a long blade, rushing out and slashing at Rogers and Bucky's heads. Unexpectedly, Venom struck first, swift and fierce, leaving almost no room to react. But for Rogers and Bucky, these two superhumans, reacting wasn't a big problem. They quickly dodged to the sides, avoiding being hit. Damn it! We didn't even kill them, Venom roared angrily, extremely displeased. He also sensed someone rushing towards them from behind. The time left for him wasn't much, so he had to finish the fight quickly, escaping the data room as fast as possible. After dodging Venom's attack with lightning speed, Rogers and Bucky immediately launched their own attack. Being constantly overwhelmed wasn't Rogers and Bucky's style. A whistling sound of wind breaking through the dark sky rang out, followed by a deafening roar. Rogers slammed his shield into Venom's body, the force of the blow crushing Venom in half. Before the impact subsided, another, even more ferocious attack followed. Like a devastating sword, it pierced deep into Venom's heart, seemingly intent on annihilating him instantly. Despite this, Venom, with his superior physique, stubbornly withstood the attacks. The black tissue on his body transformed into long whips, striking towards their heads with lightning speed. A chilling killing intent instantly assaulted them, as if a single thorn would mean certain death. Bucky, watch out, Rogers warned, then charged even faster. He was right behind Venom, dodging the spikes and striking Venom's back. You lowly ant, hasn't the pain of your last defeat left an indelible mark on your heart? Venom was utterly enraged. Memories flooded back. If it weren't for Rogers and Bucky, he would never have been captured by the Sunrise, nor would he have ended up in this hellish S.H.I.E.L.D, forced into this life on the run. So, his boundless fury was unleashed once more on Rogers and Bucky. The black tissue on his body spread out, transforming into a vast net that instantly enveloped Rogers and Bucky. Anyone touched by even the slightest trace of this black tissue would be directly invaded, forced to fight against Venom's will. Then, it would be Venom's time to wreak havoc on the two. Bucky, dodge these tissues, don't let it invade your body, Rogers frowned, his pupils shrinking. He knew how terrifying these organizations were. I know you need to be careful too. Bucky swung his metal-like arm, relentlessly striking the Black organization. Under the immense force, all the approaching Black members were pulverized into tiny fragments. But moments later, they would quickly coalesce and launch another attack. Damn it, Rogers cursed, clearly disgusted by Venom's shameless attack. You think you're so tough? You dare block my way? Now you'll pay with your lives. Venom, following the Black organization, arrived in front of Rogers in the blink of an eye, intending to eliminate him first. You think you can kill me? Dream on. Rogers' muscles bulged, the veins on his neck throbbing, his strength reaching its peak. He slammed his shield forward, powerfully obliterating the Black organization in front of him. Before the attack even stopped, he was already in front of Venom. The massive shield, like a resounding slap, suddenly struck Venom's face. The force of the blow deformed Venom's face, making him look like he'd had plastic surgery. You ain't, I'll kill you. The humiliation of failing to steal a chicken and losing the bait fueled Venom's rage. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red maw, and countless sharp spikes erupted from its body, attacking Rogers' chest with incredible speed and ferocity. Under such a rapid onslaught, Rogers seemed unable to withstand it. Don't forget me. Just as the attack was about to strike, an angry, cold voice suddenly came from behind. Venom had just turned its head when it instantly saw Bucky charging towards it. Like a great eagle spreading its wings, its metal-forged right arm became the sharpest claw crack, the metal hand pierced through all obstacles, violently plunging into Venom's body. Then, at the point of penetration, the black tissue disintegrated, melting like snow under the sun thump. Having been severely injured, Venom had no time to pay attention to Rogers, and without any reaction, it was struck violently in the face by his shield. You two damned insects! Venom slowly turned its deformed neck, its murderous eyes fixed on Rogers as if it wanted to devour him alive. Sorry, this is our territory. You have no right to speak, Rogers said calmly. Another heavy elbow struck Venom's jaw, dislocating his face. And me, just as one attack landed, Bucky struck Venom in the abdomen. Under the relentless onslaught, Venom had no chance to resist and was instantly knocked to the ground. Chunks of black tissue fell from his body, making him look utterly pathetic. You two. Before he could finish speaking, Rogers rushed forward and kicked Venom hard in the head. Venom felt a dizzying sensation, his head ringing. Alright, now it's time to send him back to prison, Rogers, seeing Venom unable to stand, said to Bucky beside him, let's go. Bucky nodded without any objection. Although he still really wanted to beat it up a few more times, he decided against it. 453 Fury, we've caught Venom. You can retreat now. Turn on the walkie-talkie, Rogers said calmly to Fury. Good. Bring it over now. Don't let this guy escape again. Fury's tone was full of excitement, and his face was also full of joy. After the efforts of most people, Venom was not allowed to escape. This was the best possible outcome. Chief, a new alien symbiote is heading your way. Be careful. Agent Hill's anxious voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. Another alien symbiote? What are you talking about? Venom has been captured by us. Fury was confused and had no idea what it meant. There's a serial killer in the prison who has been infected by Venom. He's coming soon. Be very careful, Agent Hill explained briefly, and then saw the symbiote rapidly approaching Fury. Ha, your little beauty, you're quite perceptive, aren't you? She even noticed this. The symbiote appeared like a red streak of light, instantly appearing before Fury and the others, but instead of attacking, it appeared openly. It seemed that it had a high degree of confidence in its own power. Who are you? Fury's heart tightened. He could already sense the chilling scent of blood emanating from him. Director, be careful. Jusha is already near you, because the power in the monitoring room was cut off and there was no light. Hill didn't know the specific situation inside. He could only roughly determine Jusha's location based on the infrared detector's information. He's already in front of me, Fury said softly, his breathing incredibly slow, as if he were holding his breath. Your subordinates are really slow. I already told her to wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D, and she's only telling you now? Looks like she wants you dead, right? Jusha scratched his head in confusion, blurting out a conspiracy theory. However, only Fury knew that Hill did this to avoid distracting him. After all, they had just been capturing Venom. Telling him about this might completely disrupt the plan. Not only would they fail to capture Venom, but they might also be caught off guard by Jusha. Alright, since I'm right here in front of you, let's have some fun, Jusha. Like a circus animal trainer, watch the little animals before him with amusement. One-on-one or a group fight? I'll give you the choice, Zhu Sha said arrogantly. But without Fury's order, everyone remained silent, simply gripping their assault rifles. Oh, I almost forgot, you're supposed to obey his orders, Carnage smiled mockingly. In an instant, he was in front of Fury, his sharp claws instantly placed on Fury's chest. With just a little force, he could pierce his heart. Chief, make your choice. I won't give you much time, Chewie smiled slightly, revealing his brutality. Excuse me, but I've always had a question in my mind. Which prisoner are you? Fury asked calmly and unhurriedly. Hasn't that question already been answered? Zhu Sha revealed his face. When Fury saw him, his pupils constricted, and his heart seemed to stop for a moment. This man was the serial killer he had ordered arrested. Looks like you recognize me. Very well, make a decision quickly, or your men might suffer greatly. Zhu Sha abruptly turned his head. His sharp, knife-like eyes terrified all the soldiers, their arms going limp, almost causing them to collapse to the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood seemed to proclaim Zhu Sha's brutality. Bang! Zhu Sha's arm suddenly extended, piercing a soldier's throat, and a waterfall of blood gushed out, splashing onto everyone in Jogua like a fountain. Chapter 189 Anger. Time seemed to stand still, everyone froze, their bodies stiff. Almost every soldier felt the impact like a flood, on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, they had all undergone mental fortitude training, preventing them from falling. You have one more second. If you don't make a decision now, 2 of your precious children will die. Zhu Sha's eyes swept over all the soldiers, delivering another massive shock to their hearts. He wanted to plunge Fury into eternal guilt, to make him remember his incompetence whenever he saw his men, to live in that shadow for the rest of his life. This would inflict far greater trauma than killing a single person. Fury stared intently at Zhu Sha before him. His anger flared. But faced with such absolute power, he suddenly felt so insignificant. I choose a group attack. Under pressure, Fury had no choice but to make a decision. Otherwise, his men wouldn't even have the chance to fight back before dying one by one at the hands of Zhu Sha. Good leader, this is what you should be doing, Zhu Sha nodded, his face full of praise. But Fury knew that this was just the beginning of the killing. Everyone, prepare to sacrifice yourselves, we must kill this beast to the death. Fury spoke with difficulty, his words filled with a tragic air. Very good, I like this kind of atmosphere, like a tragic farewell song. Zhu Sha applauded the crowd, his words full of sarcasm. Captain. The director and the others are surrounded by another alien symbiote called Zhu Sha. You must go and save them. Hill's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Rogers was also stunned. Zhu Sha? He immediately turned his head, looked at the key liquid lying on the ground, and roared angrily, Tell me, was this your doing? Venom only then heard that another alien symbiote had appeared. He was still panting heavily, but inside he was overjoyed. Wasn't this indirectly helping him? Although the symbiote world was a dog-eat-dog world, and that symbiote named Zhu Sha was definitely not on his side, he had already helped him hold off Fury and the others, and even Rogers and Bucky. In other words, his escape plan had come to fruition once again. I don't know, maybe the symbiote that came to Earth with me is definitely stronger than me, Venom said bluntly, aiming for a more perfect escape. Even if Zhu Sha was weaker than him, he had to be portrayed as stronger at this time. That way, he could bring Rogers to Zhu Sha's side. Hurry up, Captain, it seems the director and the others are about to fight Zhu Sha, Hill urged again urgently. I'm on my way now. Send me the location and route. Rogers didn't hesitate any longer, ordering Bucky to take Venom and move towards Zhu's location. Have Fury stall for time. Don't start fighting until Bucky and I arrive, Rogers said seriously to Hill. If a battle broke out before he arrived, it would definitely have more serious consequences. I will, Agent Hill nodded. After conveying the information to Fury, she led a team and quickly headed to the data room. Oh, this seems to be getting more and more interesting. Rogers was already close to Fury, and his speed in arriving was so fast that Zhu noticed him immediately. That's perfect. Once he arrives, let's start this interesting game together. Zhu remained calm and composed, displaying complete control. Fury kept a close watch on Zhu, but for some reason, he still felt uneasy. It seemed that even with Rogers and Bucky arriving, there was no absolute victory. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out as Killer quietly awaited Rogers and Bucky's appearance. Rogers and Bucky rushed to Fury and the others at top speed. But what awaited them was an extremely relaxed face. Killer calmly looked at the two who appeared before him and nodded. "You've finally arrived," Rogers said slowly. "Fury, are you alright?" Rogers cautiously stared at Zhu, inquiring about Fury and the other's condition. "Of course we're alright, aren't you here to teach him a lesson?" Zhu said before Fury could answer. His faint smile seemed to mock Rogers' intelligence. "Since you're alright, let's deal with this guy then." Rogers also appeared extremely tough, his words showing no sign of backing down. "It just so happens that your brother has also been captured by us. We can rekindle our old friendship together in prison." Bucky kicked Venom out and slammed it to the ground. Even though the black tissue on its surface had recovered, its strength was still less than 1/10 of what it used to be. "Oh? Ho-ha, I didn't expect you to be defeated so easily. You're too trashy, aren't you?" Was it intentional? When Zhu saw the entire Venom, he was completely shocked. He only possessed a small part of Venom's tissue, yet he had obtained such powerful strength. And Eddie, who possessed the entire Venom, was actually defeated by Rogers and Bucky. Are Rogers and Bucky just too strong? These two questions immediately popped into Carnage's mind. "So you two really do know each other, that's for the best," Bucky calmly replied to Carnage's words. "Enough talk, Bucky, grab it," Rogers shouted. He drew his shield from behind, a blur of motion as he instantly appeared before Carnage. Bang! Like a flash of light, before he could even react, the shield slammed heavily into Carnage's chest. "Is that all the strength you've got?" Carnage's tone held a hint of regret. He'd thought Rogers would be stronger, but it seemed his strength was just so-so. "This is just the beginning," Rogers roared, quickly dodging to his right rear, instantly appearing behind Carnage. Another shield strike, like a meteorite falling from the sky, slammed into Carnage's back with earth-shattering force. "Is that all the strength you have?" Carnage maintained his calm tone, his tone dripping with disdain and sarcasm. Even though this attack was far stronger than before, he only said this to rub salt in Rogers' wounds. "Don't get too cocky." Bucky couldn't take it anymore and took a step forward. In an instant, he was in front of Carnage, his metal arm scraping against the air with a series of ear-piercing sounds. The temperature in the surrounding area rose several degrees, and his silver-white hand seemed to glow with a faint red light. With a roar that seemed to shake the heavens, Bucky unleashed a furious punch at Carnage. It left a deep fist imprint on Carnage's body, as if it had reached his heart. Not bad, that's starting to feel something. Carnage, however, was extremely excited and greatly appreciated Bucky's punch. They didn't seem like enemies engaged in fierce combat at all. "You're all done fighting, isn't it my turn now?" Zhu's eyes suddenly changed, like a demon from the depths of hell, unleashing a torrent of killing intent to kill everyone. "Open!" Rogers, with his keen senses, caught Zhu's movement and shouted immediately. Bucky received the message and quickly descended. At that moment, Zhu's arm suddenly transformed into a high-speed spinning drill, emitting a whistling sound as if piercing through space and time. Bang! The instant Bucky descended, the drill shattered the ground he had just stood on, turning it into dust that flew haphazardly in the air. Having dodged this attack, Bucky didn't linger and quickly retreated. Zhu's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't continue to fight him head-on, or there would definitely be serious problems. "And you?" Although Bucky retreated extremely quickly, Zhu immediately locked onto Rogers' position. A huge shadow suddenly shot out from behind, resembling a giant iron ball, capable of crushing dozens of people into dust. "What are you waiting for? Quickly support Rogers." Fury pulled the trigger first, unleashing a torrent of bullets that pierced through the air and struck Zhu directly. The other agents, under Fury's orders, snapped out of their daze and instinctively pulled their triggers. The small space was filled with a deafening roar of bullets. A dense hail of bullets rained down on Zhu. These metals, seemingly deadly to ordinary people, had absolutely no effect on him. It was like an egg hitting a rock, not even causing a ripple. "Chief, our attack is useless," a soldier beside him said helplessly. Damn it, Fury was also furious. Every time they encountered an alien creature, Earth's weapons failed. They had to change this bad habit. Hill quickly analyzed Zhu's weaknesses. "I need to know immediately." Fury opened the walkie-talkie and gave the order to Agent Hill. Rogers and Bucky alone don't know how many rounds they can last against Zhu. And judging by the current situation, the longer it goes on, the more dangerous it becomes for Rogers and Bucky. "Rogers, Bucky, hang in there, I'm coming to help you," Order the soldiers to continue attacking Jusha. Even if it's just a drop in the ocean, it will still provide some help. Otherwise, leaving Rogers and Bucky to fight alone will definitely be more difficult. Chief, you need to hurry. Rogers raised his shield, narrowly blocking Jusha's attack, clenching his teeth, his hand muscles already red and swollen. Bucky was no exception. Countless red shadows flashed like flying bullets, swift and fierce, requiring constant vigilance. Chief, there's also Venom. Make sure he doesn't get away. Rogers only then remembered there was still Venom, shouting loudly to Fury. I know, Fury nodded. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Efficiency. But when he looked at the location of the liquid, he found that it had already disappeared. Damn it! That beast escaped during the battle. Fury's neck was flushed with anger. Agent Hill, check the surveillance footage. I need to know Venom's location as soon as possible. Venom and Killer have become S.H.I.E.L.D's most troublesome enemies. Hearing Fury's roar, Hill understood the gravity of the situation. She immediately mobilized the strongest personnel to search for Venom's location. Carnage was already difficult to deal with Venom on top of that. Wouldn't that turn S.H.I.E.L.D upside down? Everyone listen up. Half of you go track Venom's whereabouts, and the other half go find Killer's weaknesses. I need this information as quickly as possible, Hill shouted to the agents behind her. Yes, sir. The unified voices were even louder in the confined space. Immediately afterward, the agents began their operation. Hill didn't stay in the command room any longer. Knowing the situation was urgent, she had to contribute her share. After equipping himself with all his weapons, Hill led a small team and rushed towards the location of Ruju. He needed to be there to relieve Fury, as Fury would definitely be chasing Venom soon. Chief, the news should be out soon. I'm on my way, Hill told Fury about his actions. Hurry up and come over. Rogers and Bucky should be able to hold off Ruju for a while. You'll take command then, and I'll go capture Venom, Fury said urgently. The moment he hung up, he immediately plunged into the battle. Bullets danced in the dark space, then dripped to the ground. Despite everyone's combined attack, Ruju couldn't kill Rogers and Bucky anytime soon. Instead, the two of them clung to Ruju like glue, constantly hindering his attacks. Chief, I'm out of bullets. Chief, me too. Chief, me too. Suddenly, all the soldiers stopped firing and turned to look at Fury. What are you still doing here? Go back and reload. And remember, leave all your grenades behind, Fury said irritably. These greenhorns were still too inexperienced when a real crisis arrived. Yes, sir. Without any hesitation, all the soldiers immediately grabbed their rifles and headed towards the armory. Only Fury remained, rifle in hand, standing there like a lone cowboy from the last century, dominating the battlefield as a lone hero. Rogers, Bucky, if you can't handle it, let me handle it. Fury slung all the grenades over his shoulder and fired the last few rounds from his rifle. Then he quickly approached Jusha, seemingly searching for the perfect position. This is it. I'll let you taste the flavor of grilling later. Hold in the perfect spot. Fury focused intently on Jusha's location, a grenade clearly visible in his right palm. Fury, you'd better get out of here. This guy is beyond your capabilities, Rogers shouted at Fury, who was hiding in a secluded corner, as he desperately defended against Ruju's attacks. Kid, you'd better worry about yourself first. Ruju stretched out his arm, which suddenly transformed into a chainsaw, emitting a low growl like the Grim Reaper, as if whispers from hell were being heard. After I kill you two pieces of trash, I'll go and slaughter all the scum and S.H.I.E.L.D. Venom opened its blood-red maw, aiming at Rogers' head. With a double strike, it was about to completely lock Rogers in place. Sorry, it seems you don't have a chance. Rogers bent over and slid forward, instantly appearing at Carnage's feet. A heavy blow with his shield slammed into Carnage's body. Too bad, I protected him well, Carnage leaned down and said regretfully. Really? I don't think so. Rogers smiled slightly, but there was a strange meaning on his face. He suddenly exerted force with his hand, the shield suddenly moved horizontally, and then forcefully spread Carnage's legs apart, followed by a violent upward kick. Carnage's entire massive body was suddenly kicked away, crashing violently into the low ceiling and embedding itself in it. Bucky, hurry up, Rogers naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He shouted to Bucky beside him. Bucky understood immediately, stomping his feet on the ground and leaping high into the air, instantly landing beneath Joshua. A devastating blow, like a raging wave, struck Joshua's spine. The red tissue shattered instantly, countless fine threads flying through the air, revealing the back of the blonde-haired host. Fortunately, Joshua's back was tough enough that it didn't injure the host's back. "Damn trash," a furious voice suddenly came from within the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, thick cracks appeared in the ceiling where Joshua's head was embedded. They were rapidly spreading outwards, suggesting that Joshua would soon return from within the ceiling. "Rogers, Bucky, get out of the way, I'll handle him." Just then, Fury's roar suddenly came from the darkness. Before the two could turn around, several grenades were thrown at Joshua's location. Rogers and Bucky, behind their shields, hurried away into the distance. Damn Fury! Is he really that eager to show off? Rogers was slightly annoyed. Although he knew Fury was trying to defeat Carnage, this overconfidence was infuriating. "You think you can defeat me with a few grenades?" Less than a second later, Carnage's furious roar suddenly echoed from within the thick black fog. Clearly, the grenades, intended as a powerful weapon, hadn't caused Carnage any fatal damage. Instead, they only fueled his anger. "A few aren't enough, a whole bunch will do, right?" Fury gritted his teeth and took all the grenades from his person. He pulled the pins on them all and threw them at the dust-covered Carnage. Boom! 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 The entire data room shook violently, as if the space itself had been completely destroyed. The violent explosions caused Bucky and Rogers to instinctively cover their ears. Only the vibranium shields prevented them from being injured by the blast. "Ah! Ah! 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 You piece of trash, I'll kill you all!" Within the endless smoke and dust, Joshua's body parts swirled and danced, like stray children lost and unable to find their way home. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. "Fury, get out of there. He's locked onto you." Rogers immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere and shouted to Fury in the darkness. Joshua was an alien symbiote, its perception far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Hearing Rogers shout, Fury immediately responded. He quickly dodged to the left, rolling away from where Joshua was. Boom! Instantly, a violent explosion resounded in the confined space, the space itself seeming to shatter completely. Looking closely, thick smoke and dust obscured everything, making it impossible to see anything. But the flying debris spoke volumes about the sheer ferocity of the attack. "Trash! You've escaped this time. But this time, you won't get away again," angry words billowed from the thick smoke. Like a judge from hell announcing Fury's death sentence. "You have no choice." Joshua charged forward, a huge spike suddenly emerging from his chest, like the Monkey King's golden cudgel, slamming towards Fury's head. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and a dusty shield blocked the massacre's attack. "It's you again," Joshua roared. Countless red shadows suddenly surged from around him, bombarding Rogers from all directions. These flying shadows were like powerful missiles, ready to blast Rogers to dust at any moment. Knowing he couldn't fight head-on, Rogers swung his shield, blocking Joshua's attacks while quickly retreating. Bucky immediately joined in, helping Rogers defend against Joshua's attacks. Fury seized the opportunity and hurriedly opened fire. In a direct confrontation, he would only be a hindrance, utterly useless. He would only cause trouble for Rogers and Bucky, so he was well aware of his role, an attacker from behind. "Fury, your men are incredibly inefficient. Haven't you found Joshua's weakness yet?" Rogers, constantly fending off Joshua's attacks, couldn't help but complain. After all, the situation was critical. The chances of him and Bucky taking down Joshua were extremely low. And Venom was still escaping outside. If they didn't hurry, it would all be for naught. "I've already urged them. Trust my men." Fury was also extremely helpless. Aliens were incredibly mysterious. Even S.H.I.E.L.D hadn't encountered many alien creatures in recent years. Therefore, deciphering their secrets would take a long time. "You still have time to worry about others? Do you think you're so great?" Joshua was furious. His hand shot up, instantly transforming into a longsword capable of cutting through iron like mud, aimed at Rogers' shield, and slashed down with unstoppable force. Bang! The air seemed to shatter internally, the air filled with a deafening roar of clashing metal, mercilessly torturing everyone's eardrums. Despite being some distance away, Fury's ears still bled profusely, completely unable to withstand the oppressive force. Chapter 191 Environment. Fortunately, Rogers and Bucky's bodies had been modified, making them stronger than ordinary people, which allowed them to barely withstand the attack. "It's not over yet," Jusha roared. His other arm suddenly transformed into a massive iron hammer, slamming into Rogers' shield with devastating force. Even though it was made of vibranium, the violent impact was enough to send Rogers flying. He crashed into the bookshelves behind him, instantly pulverizing over a dozen shelves into dust only millimeters in size. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, blood trickling from Rogers' mouth, his brow furrowed, his breathing erratic. The power Jusha unleashed was terrifying, far exceeding the capabilities of a superhuman. "Bucky, watch out," Rogers shouted, enduring the pain in his chest. Bucky, his eyes bloodshot from Rogers' injury, finally reacted and quickly dodged to the side. "Damn it. Even when he's about to die, he still won't stop," Jusha glared at Rogers with murderous intent, his bloodlust evident. If Rogers hadn't already been severely injured, Jusha would probably have dealt with him first. But right now, Bucky was clearly the strongest man on the battlefield. "Kill you, then crush that little bug." Jusha turned around with an extremely domineering air, meeting Bucky's gaze, which was also filled with murderous intent. A battle of titans was about to erupt. The two roared simultaneously. Then, with lightning speed, they rushed towards each other. There were no techniques involved, just a clash of raw strength. Shia. The air trembled violently, and the space seemed to fall into desolate silence. It was as if no one, nothing, could survive in this world. The smoke cleared, leaving only a desolate scene, revealing its true nature. "Useless trash. Die!" Jusha slammed his palm onto Bucky's head, then gently pushed him to the ground. At that moment, cracks appeared on Bucky's metal arm, embedding themselves deep into his arm from the outside in. Lying on the ground, blood trickled from Bucky's crimson eyes. "You bunch of trash, die now." Even after defeating Bucky, Jusha's body was severely injured. After all, he was only initially integrated with the Venom organization, and the power he could unleash was extremely limited. Fury, his face grim, walked towards Jusha, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. His heart tightened involuntarily, his hands clenched into fists, and beads of sweat rolled down his back. "I will personally twist your head off, rip out your heart, and hang you on the gates of S.H.I.E.L.D, so everyone knows the consequences of disobeying Lord Jusha." Jusha walked step by step toward Fury, every word revealing endless bloodshed and brutality. "We'll see if you have the guts." Fury gritted his teeth, his right hand clenched behind his back, gripping the last remaining grenade. Even if he died, he would drag this beast down with him. "Die!" Carnage suddenly took a large step forward, then charged out, his right arm instantly transforming into a sharp dagger, piercing through the thick fog, aiming straight for a Fury's heart. As the cold light flashed before his eyes, several drops of cold sweat appeared on Fury's palms, his eyes were bloodshot, and his breath caught in his throat. Whoosh! 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 Just then, a crisp, sonar-like sound suddenly came from behind, seemingly penetrating directly into one's soul. The sound, comparable to a shockwave, made Carnage immediately kneel on the ground, covering his ears, his expression extremely ferocious, like a twisted sponge. "Director, Captain, are you alright?" Agent Hill's voice came from behind. Under the intense sonic attack, Carnage struggled greatly, the red tissue on his body showed clear signs of disintegrating. As a brethren of Venom, he also inherited Venom's weakness, extreme fear of high-decibel sound waves. They could easily shatter everything within his tissues, forming clumps of powder and branches, ultimately defeating him. "Damn trash. You just wait." Knowing he couldn't stay any longer, Jusha turned and sprinted out of the archives. "Don't let him get away. Chase after him." Agent Hill gave a death order to the soldiers beside him. "Yes, sir." The soldiers rushed after them without stopping. "Chief, are you alright?" At this moment, Hill looked at Fury and Rogers with concern, his eyes full of worry. "Luckily you came quickly enough, so you weren't seriously injured." Fury shook his head and replied gratefully. "Bucky, how are you?" Hill was concerned about Rogers, but he was even more concerned about Bucky beside him. Because during the final battle with Jusha, Bucky's metal right arm seemed to have been shattered. However, due to the adhesive properties, it didn't completely break apart, but remained stuck together. "Ugh. I'm okay," Bucky gasped, enduring the excruciating pain in his hand. "What do you mean okay? Your hand was almost crushed to pieces." Roger's eyes were red, and Jusha's face flashed through his mind again. unconsciously rising with a terrifying killing intent. Like a killer emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he's carved a bloody path. Captain, I've already sent men to hunt him down. You should take Bucky to get treatment right away, Hill said with concern, his eyes showing a hint of sympathy. After all, Bucky was beaten like this because he was trying to stop the killer. What about Venom? Have you found his location? Fury suddenly had a thought flash through his mind and quickly asked. I found him, but he's already escaped, Hill stammered. Knowing Fury would be extremely angry, he didn't want him to bear any more pressure while he was already injured. Shut. That beast, that coward who only knows how to run away, Fury cursed through gritted teeth. But it was too late to say anything more. Pass the word down, send more people to all high-crime areas in the region. He's definitely not fully recovered yet. As long as we find him, we can bring him back. Yes, Director, Agent Hill nodded, understanding the urgency of the situation. Fortunately, the Venom matter hadn't been reported yet, otherwise, the pressure from higher-ups would have been even more unbearable. Leave the Zhu matter to me. Suddenly, Roger's deep voice rang out, like a chilling breeze from the depths of darkness, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Captain, you're injured. Should we leave this to our soldiers? Hill asked tentatively. From Roger's words and tone, one could sense his ambivalence. Even so, she still wanted to try. After all, health was paramount. She couldn't let Rogers act impulsively because of personal feelings. Don't try to persuade me, I'm fine. I'll personally bring that beast Zhu back. Rogers waved his hand, directly interrupting Fury's attempt to dissuade him. His face, his tone, and his body all clearly told everyone, I've made my decision. And no one can change it. Rogers, don't act rashly. We need to plan this carefully. Bucky grasped Rogers' arm with his right hand, his eyes resolute as he urged him. But Rogers had already made up his mind and couldn't be swayed. Bucky, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just take care of yourself. I'll find you a new hand. Rogers patted Bucky's shoulder, then picked up his shield, released Bucky, and walked towards the outside of the document room. In the dim light, he resembled a valiant warrior riding a white horse against the west wind, embarking on his journey. The city is adorned with the golden armor. I will not return until I have conquered Lalin. Rogers' silhouette carried a hint of the bold and heroic spirit of a western cowboy. Chief, should we? It's all right, let him go. We'll just provide technical support from behind. Fury shook his head, tacitly agreeing to Rogers' actions. The one who tied the knot must untie it. The inner demons must be broken by oneself. Find Venom and Carnage quickly, and also, I need to know their weaknesses. Fury's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his words regained their confidence. Yes, Chief. Seeing Fury's confident demeanor, Hill felt gratified. The once invincible man was back. Although he'd recently been overwhelmed by either Yi-Shin or the alien symbiote, luckily, he had recovered. Also, get Bucky to the best medical facility to heal his hand. No need, Rogers said he'd find me the best arm. Bucky sat on the ground, directly refusing Fury's offer. Since Rogers had made a promise, he had to trust him. Yes, the arm issue is indeed nothing for us to worry about. Just heal your injury. Fury scratched his head, agreeing. Rogers' arrogance was obvious. Let's go. Thousands of meters outside S.H.I.E.L.D., Venom stopped his run, panting. Have we escaped successfully? Eddie asked excitedly. Not yet, only temporarily safe. We can't let our guard down. Venom rose from his body and transformed into a demon's head. He surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed, looking quite cautious. Rest for a bit, then leave quickly. For some reason, Venom felt a chilling aura about him, making him uneasy. Meanwhile, Zhu, who had escaped from the data room, followed Venom's footsteps and fled directly outside S.H.I.E.L.D. However, after coming out, he couldn't smell Venom's scent anymore. It was as if Venom had deliberately hidden it. I was thinking of catching up with you, but now it seems I should forget it. In such a critical situation, Zhu didn't bother looking for Venom. He was sure they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Chapter 192 Compensation. I hope the next time I see you, you won't be lying on the ground like a dead dog, waiting to die, Carnage muttered to himself. He glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D behind him, gave a deep salute like a soldier, and quickly left. I've waited so long this time, I have to get something good. Yi-Shin rubbed his hands together, quietly waiting for the lottery to begin. It felt like endless years had passed since the last lottery, and he seemed to have almost forgotten about the system. Moreover, The appearance of the two Infinity Stones made Yi-Shen temporarily abandon the system. Who told the system to never give him a powerful hero? This time, don't let me down again. Yi-Shen watched the rapidly spinning wheel, his fingers clasped together, silently praying. Under the bright moonlight, Yi-Shen was like a believer praying to Buddha, waiting for good luck to fall on his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Void Terror, Cho'Gath. A moment later, the system's familiar voice rang out. And the meaning in the words made Yi-Shen even more excited. The Void Terror, Cho'Gath, a figure akin to the patriarch of the Void Clan, was actually drawn. Compared to the Void Walker, Kassadin and the Void Prophet, Malzahar, the Void Terror, Cho'Gath's strength was clearly superior to theirs. After all, he was a super powerful being capable of devouring Runeterra. If it weren't for the help of someone of a higher level, namely a god, Runeterra might already be inside Cho'Gath's belly. Okay, while the momentum is still strong, let's continue with the next draw. Yi-Shen immediately spun the wheel, eagerly anticipating the next prize. He silently shielded his eyes with his hand, praying to the heavens once more. That's how people are. Once they succeed the first time, they'll use the same method to hope for a second success. Ling. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the summoning right of the Void Terror, Cho'Gath. The system's voice rang out again, and this time, the reward stunned Yi-Shen even more. The right to summon the Void Terror, wouldn't it mean I have another monster equivalent to Godzilla? With that enormous size, it's impossible for those stupid Earthlings not to mistake it for Godzilla. Damn it, the third round of the lottery is starting. Putting the reward aside for now, Yi-Shen quickly immersed himself in the fun of the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you haven't won anything this time. As soon as the system's voice sounded, Yi-Shen suddenly felt an urge to drag the system out and beat it up. Damn. Only one more chance to draw a prize left, I'll just wait for next time. Disappointed, Yi-Shen closed the lottery interface. But thinking about it, he still had the Void Terror, which was already a good start. Void Terror, Cho'Gath, let me see what abilities I can have. Full of hope, Yi-Shen began to check Cho'Gath's abilities. Devour the heavens and earth? When he saw the notification, Yi-Shen was immediately a little disappointed. Devouring the heavens and earth? Could it mean he could eat the heavens and the earth? The moment this thought crossed Yi-Shen's mind, he was incredibly excited, but immediately laughed at himself. How could that be? How could he possibly have the ability to devour the heavens and earth? If this were true, wouldn't he become the ruler of the endless universe? The ability to devour the heavens and earth depends on the strength of the host. The stronger the host, the more energy they can absorb. If the host reaches the level of a cosmic god, they can absorb the energy within the Infinity Stones and use it for themselves. If they reach the level of a superhuman, devouring the universe is no problem. As the system explained, Yi-Shen's mind suddenly jolted. This is fucking real? Then wouldn't I be invincible? Host, you must know that the energy you absorb must be in a very strong physique, preferably a cosmic celestial body, to perfectly digest the absorbed energy. Otherwise, you are very likely to explode and die. Continuing to read on, Yi-Shen's expression slowly changed, gradually becoming extremely ashen. Damn it, isn't this just disregarding my ordinary physique? Yi-Shen angrily slammed his fist on the bed. This is a stark example of biased perspectives, a biased view of humanity. What's wrong with Earthlings? Are Earthlings physically weak? Why do they need celestial bodies? Are they so powerful? Celestial bodies are formed from the energy left over from the explosion at the beginning of the universe. Their sturdiness is such that even the Infinity Stones cannot withstand them. Moreover, only one celestial body can be born in a universe, hidden in the endless depths of space. Finding it is like finding a needle in a haystack. When the system finished its long explanation, Yi-Shen could only helplessly slap his forehead. He had to admit, celestial bodies were indeed powerful, but damn it, they were so hard to find. He decided that finding celestial bodies and the Infinity Stones would be equally important tasks. Putting aside the matter of celestial bodies, Yi-Shen began to study the scope of its devouring heaven and earth ability. If he could devour the energy of the 8 gems on the Gale Sword and make it his own, wouldn't he be able to use these 8 energies no matter what kind of technique he used? With this idea in mind, Yi-Shen immediately put it into action. The Gale Sword instantly appeared in his hand, its 8 gems neatly arranged on either side of the blade. Come on. Let's see what it's made of. A purple light rose from Yi-Shen's palm, concealing an extremely strong suction force, like a deep black hole. He gripped the Gale sword tightly, and the purple aura quickly spread across the blade. The 8 gems on it suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, yet their struggle was palpable. It was a desire for freedom, a yearning to break free, a refusal to be trapped. But Alice, their power was still extremely weak before Yi-Shen and his devouring heaven and earth ability. After only a moment of resistance, 8 beams of light were released from the gems and entered Yi-Shen's palm. Wow, it actually works. Yi-Shen immediately felt an incredibly surging surge of energy within his body. It was as if it wanted to escape from its own body, not wanting to stay in this new container. Zet. My body is only fit for you Liang's women. Giving you ugly freaks energy to live in is already doing you a favor. And you still dare to rebel? Stay put, Yi-Shen muttered angrily. Then, the original energy within his body surged out, instantly suppressing the energy of the 8 gems. Immediately afterward, perhaps due to the devouring heaven and earth ability, the power of the 8 gems was fused into his own energy. Damn! Such a powerful ability, why didn't you give it to me sooner? Yi-Shen almost excitedly rushed out. But upon careful consideration, he realized that his body might not be able to withstand more powerful energy, such as the energy of the Infinity Stones. Therefore, the Cosmic Star body needed to be accelerated. After exploring the Void Terror ability to a near degree, Yi-Shen began to imagine how shocking it would be to summon Cho'Gath. At that time, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D would definitely come to him for a good talk. He wondered if Cho'Gath's strength was comparable to Hulk's. This question requires precise verification. Guesswork alone will never yield the correct answer. I really want Hulk and Cho'Gath to have a big fight. That scene would be comparable to the battle between Godzilla and King Kong. Imagining this scene, Yi-Shen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. One day I'll release Cho'Gath, and the people at S.H.I.E.L.D will definitely send Hulk out to defeat him. He already had a complete plan in mind, just waiting for the right moment. And the Reality Stone was almost ready for harvest. The seeds had been sown for so long, and the season for maturity had arrived. I wonder if Odin knows the secrets of the cosmic celestial bodies. Yi-Shen thought that if he were to go to Asgard again, he could ask Odin. Although his relationship with him wasn't very good, he had at least helped them defeat the Dark Elf 893 and punished Loki properly. This small favor shouldn't be a problem. Time slipped by quietly, and soon dawn broke. A new day dawned. Having not slept a wink last night, I'm actually feeling increasingly numb. Yi-Shen stretched habitually, but felt no discomfort. Under the system's control, the body of an ordinary Earthling was gradually heading towards that of a Super Saiyan. If time weren't so pressing, Yi-Shen would very much like to see just how far the system could transform his body. He needed to prepare. In the future, he and Tony would have to take good care of Natasha and the others. The first rays of the morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Tony. Since discovering the power of a portion of the venomous tissue, Tony had become extremely excited, continuously delving into research, almost to the point of neglecting sleep and meals. After days of fatigue, thanks to Pepper's persistent persuasion last night, he finally slept soundly for the first time. "Little bug, time to get up," Tony said sweetly to Pepper beside him. "No. You have to stay with me all day," Chili shook her head coquettishly, pouting reluctantly. She finally had time with Tony, and this precious moment shouldn't end so quickly. Okay, Tony nodded, beaming. He knew he'd wronged Chili these past few days and needed to make it up to her. Bang! A sound of shattering glass suddenly came from the sunlit window, and a small crumpled piece of paper landed directly on Tony. Who? Tony jumped up immediately, rushing to the window, the cold wind whipping his hair. But outside, there was only utter silence, a clear blue sky, and nothing but boundless stillness, so peaceful even a bird wasn't in sight. "Tony, what's wrong?" Chili asked anxiously, wrapped in her blanket. "Nothing." Tony calmed Chili down before slowly unfolding the paper. Suddenly, everything changed. Tony's face darkened, his hand tightened, and his whole body seemed to tremble. Chapter 193 Speed. "Tony." Pepper got out of bed, gently touching Tony's back and calling his name softly. "It's okay, I'm okay," 2 consecutive words, like a gentle reassurance. But the crumpled paper in her hand was completely mangled, tightly clenched in her palm. "Let me see." "Okay." Pepper's right hand slowly reached for Tony's left hand, trying to pry his palm open. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Like a closed island, only Tony, as the owner, could enter. It was just a prank, Don't worry. Get up, let's go eat. Tony kissed Pepper's lips, turned and left, going to the refrigerator. He opened the refrigerator, rummaging through it with a rustling sound, as if venting his inner anxiety. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Tony never used to eat frozen food from the refrigerator. He hated stale food with an overnight smell. But at this moment, Tony obviously wouldn't open his heart to her. Yi Shen's image immediately appeared in Pepper's mind. Perhaps, to reform him. On the exterior wall of Stark Tower, hundreds of meters high, Venom grins wickedly with a smug look on his face. Will he believe it? Eddie asked uncertainly. Yes, definitely, Venom grinned lewdly. He understood Earthlings very well and already knew their weaknesses. And Stark's weakness was his dead father. Get ready, he'll come to us on time tonight. Venom's words were full of confidence. We should still be prepared. It's better to have a backup plan in case he brings reinforcements. Eddie was clearly more cautious. He didn't want to go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and stay in that stinking, boring prison. Eddie, trust me. Venom decisively rejected Eddie's suggestion. A supervillain should have enough confidence in himself, otherwise he'd be like a rat in the street, hated by everyone. At this moment, Eddie chose silence. He couldn't find a reason to refute Venom, nor could he insist on his own opinion. After managing to get Pepper away, Tony's expression suddenly changed. He unfolded the paper that was almost crumpled into pieces and held it in his hand. Inside was information about his father's death. If you want to know who killed your father, come to the Golden State Bridge tonight. Below, there was also a mysterious icon from within S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony had seen this thing with his own eyes inside S.H.I.E.L.D. It belonged to their most closely guarded secrets. Ordinary people couldn't see it. If you dare take me, I'll make you pay the most terrible price, Tony thought viciously. He was already prepared to go to the Golden State Bridge. Jarvis, go and investigate the Golden State Bridge these past 2 days. I need all the information. Yes, sir. Even in his most furious state, Tony chose the safest method. He made sure his back was in the safest position. Night fell slowly as time passed, and the setting sun and purple clouds enjoyed their last rays on the horizon. Tony looked at the distant twilight, expressionless, like a predator. Jarvis had already investigated the situation at the Golden State Bridge on Friday and found nothing particularly unusual. It could only be said that Venom's methods of concealing himself were quite clever. Whoever dares to mess with me, Tony clenched his fist. After putting on his symbiotic suit, he sped off towards the Golden State Bridge. In the dim light, the night was falling. Bright lights shone on the Golden State Bridge, reflecting on the lake's surface, creating a dazzling and beautiful scene. Shouldn't they be here soon? Venom waited impatiently for Tony's arrival, positioned beneath the bridge. But, just as I said that, they arrived. They truly lived up to my expectations, Venom said, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at the approaching lights. Venom? You dare come looking for me? Tony was utterly shocked upon seeing Venom, never expecting it to be him. Sorry, it really is me. Don't doubt it. Seeing is believing. Venom slowly emerged from the darkness, as if certain Tony wouldn't bring anyone else. Do you think I'd still believe your lies now? Tony descended slowly from the sky, his palm cannon aimed at Venom's body. I'll blow your head to smithereens. Venom waved his hand dismissively. No, you won't. Don't you want to know who killed your father? Or do you think Howard Stark's death was an accident? His words were full of provocation, as if mocking Tony. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, or if I sense any deception, your head can say goodbye for good. Tony's words were laced with threat. No one could joke about matters concerning their father. You don't believe in S.H.I.E.L.D's internal secrets, do you? Venom produced an envelope containing information about Howard Stark. It might be a trap, but I won't fall for it easily. Such an obvious provocation. Do you think I wouldn't see it? Venom smiled slightly, not bothering to argue with Tony. He had already seen the contents of the envelope. Although it didn't reveal the real killer, it provided crucial information. Information about who the killer is. Open it. Otherwise, it won't benefit either of us. Tony held out his right hand, gesturing for Venom to continue. If you open it, I won't have any leverage to negotiate with you, Venom sneered. He simply displayed the envelope to Tony, forcing him into a deal. You never had the right to negotiate with me. I can kill you anytime. Tony's palm cannon flashed with fiery red light, like a constantly smoldering furnace. It's better not to be too arrogant. A little humility is better. A deal is the best solution for both parties. Venom persuaded him. He had his own desires and naturally didn't want to fight Tony, otherwise, everything he had done before would have been meaningless. You have this information, I can ask S.H.I.E.L.D, why should I make a deal with you? Tony, newcomer, was clearly more focused. If S.H.I.E.L.D could give you the answer, you wouldn't need to search for it yourself. Venom appeared completely in control, showing no sign of panic. These words struck a chord with Tony. If S.H.I.E.L.D could give him the answer, he wouldn't have waited until now, only now having a clue. It seems you've made up your mind, our deal can continue. After a moment, Venom confidently said, state your conditions. Tony displayed his formidable strength. I only need your Iron Man suits, exactly 20. Venom held up one finger, stating his demand. 10? Is that uncertain envelope you received worth that much? Tony clearly didn't want to agree to Venom's conditions. 10 Iron Man suits were practically half his fortune. And they were for his enemy, this cruel and violent alien symbiote. If he used them to cause destruction, it would definitely cause enormous damage. The S.H.I.E.L.D crew would definitely come to have a serious talk with him again. 20 suits in exchange for news of your enemy, not expensive at all, or rather. You don't care about the murderer, you don't care about your father. Venom spoke fiercely, looking at Tony with suspicion. This completely enraged Tony, igniting his anger. If I didn't care about my father, why would I be here with you? If I didn't care about my father, you wouldn't have the right to negotiate with me. No one but me can say such a thing. Bang! A streak of light flashed across the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. A missile struck Venom's chest directly, shattering countless black tissues into thin threads. Shit! He really has a fiery temper. In just a moment, Venom retracted the threads around his body back to the surface. As if nothing had happened, Lou said casually. Now, shouldn't we continue the transaction? He tore the envelope with his fingertip, as if to erase all information from the world. I agree. Without any hesitation, Tony agreed immediately. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to try. Because relying on his own strength, he didn't know how long it would take to find his father's killer. Delivery upon delivery, payment upon payment, Venom gestured, and then Tony led him towards a Stark Tower. Follow me. Tony soared into the sky, drawing a beautiful arc, and in an instant, he was high in the air. Flying is really my weakness. Even so, a pair of huge wings unfurled from Venom's back, and although the speed was slow, he still flew into the air. Come on. At this moment, Tony wasn't kind enough to wait for Venom. He simply reached his maximum speed and rushed towards a Stark Tower. Damn Iron Man, Venom cursed. Just as Tony charged forward at lightning speed, a black shadow shot out from Venom's body, grabbing Tony's ankle. This barely allowed Venom to keep up with Tony's speed, preventing him from being left far behind. Trying to fight me, you brat? I'll show you what true treachery is. Venom's face was twisted and contorted in the wind, the wicked thoughts he had already conceived resurfacing in his mind. Venom glanced at the envelope in his hand, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his lips, a devilish smile. Iron Man Tony, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Soon after, Venom, led by Tony, arrived at Stark Tower. No wonder he's one of the richest people in the world. This building alone must be worth hundreds of billions of dollars, right? Venom looked around, speaking sarcastically. You don't need to worry about that. Take your 20 Iron Man suits and give me the envelope. Chapter 194 Martial Arts. Tony didn't want to say much to Venom, his only concern was the secret concerning his father. Of course, as long as you give me 20 Iron Man suits, I'll naturally abide by the rules of the deal. Venom spread his hands, his eyes immediately drawn to the Iron Man suits in the distance. Jarvis, bring me the 20 Iron Man 340 suits, Tony instructed Jarvis. As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis naturally wouldn't disobey his master's order and immediately brought out the 20 Iron Man suits. I must say, for an Earthling to create such exquisite armor is truly impressive. Even Venom couldn't help but praise him. I don't need your praise, everyone knows that fact. Just give me the envelope. Tony extended his right hand, his gaze coldly fixed on Venom. Cash on delivery, a good partner. Of course I won't go back on my word. Venom casually tossed the envelope, which, like a sharp dagger, fiercely attacked Tony's head. Clang. Tony's right hand shot forward, and the envelope was firmly grasped in his grasp. But at that moment, Venom suddenly clapped his hands, his expression extremely strange, as if some conspiracy had succeeded. Whoosh! In an instant, The black organization hidden inside the envelope rushed out with lightning speed, soaring into the sky and instantly attaching itself to Tony's Iron Man armor. Then, with lightning speed, it rushed into Tony's body. Since you're willing to trade with me, why not join my team? I can even help you find your father's killer. Venom leisurely gazed at Tony, who was being infected by his own organization, and spoke calmly. Shudder, Tony roared. He immediately deactivated his Iron Man suit, completely covering his body to prevent Venom from infecting him. He had been too confident, thinking Venom wouldn't dare do as he pleased on his turf. Now, he had to pay the price for his arrogance. You can struggle for now, but I won't be polite with these Iron Man suits. Venom rubbed his fists together and walked to the Iron Man suits. Countless black tissues immediately dispersed from his body, infecting each Iron Man suit. In an instant, the 20 Iron Man suits seemed to be activated, their eyes flashing with an evil light. Although not as powerful as living parasites, they could still maintain their power for about a day. Venom frowned, slightly disappointed. After all, the Iron Man suits were inanimate objects and couldn't continuously provide nutrients to his organization, so they couldn't maintain their power for long. He could just find 20 people to control and use the Iron Man suits. Venom stroked his chin, immediately devising a new plan. Get out of here. Meanwhile, Tony was already embroiled in a struggle. At the critical moment, the black organization hadn't entered his body, but it was infiltrating his symbiote suit in another way. When it was designed, some of the black organization had been incorporated into the suit, and now it was trying to awaken its own kind within. If successful, the control of the suit would likely be out of his hands. Keep struggling. The angrier you are, the more excited my organization becomes, Venom scoffed. Then, controlling the 20 suits, he began testing their capabilities. Jarvis, detonate them immediately, Tony roared. Long before returning to Stark Tower, Tony had Jarvis design detonation devices within the 20 Iron Man suits. As soon as Venom left with the Iron Man suits and reached a deserted place, they would be detonated immediately. Sir, if we detonate 20 Iron Man suits directly, the entire Stark Tower probably won't be able to withstand such high pressure and will be blown to smithereens. Jarvis gave a risk assessment, with a hint of dissuasion. But we can't let him take Venom out and wreak havoc. Tony felt a surge of displeasure at the thought of Venom using his Iron Legion to wreak havoc in New York. Especially the ordinary civilians, they would definitely be the main force injured. Listen to my order, detonate, Tony shouted again. His words were full of ambiguity. Under Tony's strong command, Jarvis had no choice but to obey. But before issuing the order to detonate, he activated Stark Tower's self-protection function. Master, there's a problem, Jarvis's panicked voice rang out. Unable to detonate? Tony immediately turned his gaze to Venom, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through him. You brat, you think I'd be as unprepared as you? Venom's fingers held a tiny component, his expression utterly sarcastic. The moment my organization entered the Iron Man suit, I guessed your intentions, trash. Once again mercilessly scorned, Tony gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. But now, he was entangled by Venom's organization, almost powerless to retaliate. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 20 Iron Man suits simultaneously targeted Tony, their chest cannons erupting with intense light. 20 laser beams struck the immobilized Tony directly. The Iron Man suit helped Tony withstand most of the damage, but it also suffered a fatal blow, billowing white smoke. And Tony was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. Shocking cracks appeared on his face, spreading rapidly in all directions. Is this your strength? See? Trash, Venom cursed with utter disdain. Although you're trash, you're still somewhat useful. Venom, like a suit of armor, pulled the nearly unconscious Tony from behind the wall. Then, bringing him to his side, he shoved him. The violent impact shattered the already weakened symbiote suit, revealing Tony's body. Serve me, and let the people of Earth know the consequences of disobeying me. Black tissue spread from Venom's body and flowed into Tony's. After Venom's tissue invaded Tony's body, it didn't immediately control him. Although Tony's willpower wasn't as strong as Roger's, it was still stronger than most people's. Therefore, although it had infected Tony's body, the effect was not immediately noticeable. Tony, don't forget, that pretty girl named Pepper is inside Stark Tower. If you keep struggling, I guarantee you'll die. Venom spoke like a victor, each word sharp and decisive, completely manipulating Tony. "You beast," Tony roared, his eyes blazing with fury, looking like he wanted to pulverize Venom. "Give up the fight. Don't look at me like that, or I'll make Pepper glare at me with the same look." But just like you, helpless, Venom, having found Tony's weakness, didn't care at all, already treating Tony as a subordinate. Endless silence followed, a surrender to the surrender. This helpless act filled Tony with self-reproach. If he hadn't been so arrogant and unguarded against Venom, he wouldn't have ended up like this. "Iron Man, take me to see your palace." Venom waved his hand, directing Tony towards the interior of Stark Tower. This building, seemingly a commercial conglomerate, also concealed most of Tony's inventions. Many were secrets not to be revealed to the public, and numerous weapons were still under research. If successfully tested, they would undoubtedly have an unparalleled impact on the human world. The infinite molecular machine, Venom paused abruptly upon seeing the weapon in its initial testing phase. A vague idea had formed in his mind. Can it replicate anything? Venom immediately turned to Tony beside him. Yes, anything. Just put a part of its tissue into it, and it can be replicated without limit, almost indistinguishable from the original, Tony explained meticulously, like Venom's chief scientist. Very good. Take it out. Earth should be under my control again, Venom commanded the Iron Man suit, and in an instant, the infinite molecular machine was removed from the laboratory. No more needed, this one was enough to help me take control. A look of elation spread across Venom's ugly face, as if victory was already firmly in his grasp. Let's go. It's time to change the rules of the human world, to change the current state of Earth. At Venom's command, all the armored vehicles, along with Tony Stark, flew out of Stark Tower. Reaching the center of the bustling street, high above, they looked down at the throngs of people below. Look at these Earthlings, Venom thought, wandering aimlessly every day, thinking they're full of ideals, but they don't realize it's all meaningless. They're just being influenced by the will of others, serving their own ideals. A bunch of pathetic worms. It's better for me to solve their problems and give them real life. Venom, like a savior, played the role of God. Bring me the infinite molecular machine. The words were barely out of his mouth when the infinite molecular machine was placed before Venom. Like a ritual performed on an altar, Venom slowly placed parts of his body tissue into the machine. After a short while, the infinite molecular machine emitted thick black smoke, its entire body trembling violently, as if it were about to explode. Sherlock. Tony, you're Stark Industries, don't produce these harmful defective products for me, Venom roared angrily. If the infinite molecular machine collapsed at this moment, all hope would shatter along with it. Bang! Under Venom's watchful eye, the infinite molecular machine did as Venom wished, shattering into fragments with a violent explosion that drifted down from the sky. Venom immediately turned his head, looking at the stunned Tony, wanting to twist his head off. But thinking of the possibility of using him later, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Still, he hurled a punch, hitting Tony hard in the face, causing crimson blood to spill from the corner of his mouth, his face seemingly contorted. Useless. What use are you? Just as Venom was filled with rage, a tiny black tissue inside the shattered infinite molecular machine transformed into a light drizzle, falling from the sky. Humans walking on the ground raised their heads in confusion, letting the black raindrops fall on their faces. Wasn't it supposed to be rainless today? Damn weather. I shouldn't have trusted the weather forecast, Zuten. In the blink of an eye, figures rushed by, some mournful, some angry, some indifferent. All sorts of people began to dance, some fast, some slow, in the misty rain. Suddenly, someone in the crowd collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching their face with both hands. Their whole body trembling violently as if possessed by a demon, causing panic. Roar. Just as the panic subsided, the person sprang up, roaring to the sky, venting their inner emotions. Monster, mommy. Mommy. I need mommy. Chapter 195 Escape. The once orderly crowd suddenly descended into chaos, a frenzied throng of footsteps erupting. Like ants whose nest had been disturbed, people jostled and pushed each other, fleeing in all directions. But the excessive crowding resulted in a bloody trampling. Beneath the blood, more and more people, like the one who had just fallen, collapsed in agony, clutching their faces. When they rose, they had transformed into equally hideous demonic figures, howling like monsters. Their once human will was gradually consumed by bloodlust and brutality, reducing them to beasts that knew only how to kill. It worked. It actually worked. When Venom noticed the situation below, a red glow seemed to flash across its black face. The humans below, all of whom had been drawn into Venom's army by his sense of organization, were now part of his own. Rain down harder. Venom leaped from the sky, enjoying the gentle patter of the raindrops in midair, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. S.H.I.E.L.D, the Earth government, and that robot, you're all going to die now. The solid concrete ground shattered under Venom's force, creating a massive crater. The humans, corrupted by Venom, swarmed towards him, as if paying homage to their master. Black rain continued to fall, and wherever it touched, everyone's splash was transformed into Venom's likeness. Amidst the agonizing screams, the most rational parts of humanity were lost, leaving only the brutality of a beast and the flaws of humankind. Now, let us cleanse this filthy world, let us become the masters of this world. Venom spread his arms, like a king descending upon Earth, radiating an aura of royalty. The black rain continued to fall, and everyone splashed upon was instantly controlled by Venom. My companions, act as you please, unleash your fury, Venom said with a smile. Then, all those infected, like zombies, swept through the streets of New York. Wall Street, in particular, was surrounded by countless infected. Utter chaos ensued as the infected chased after the uninfected, infecting them as well. They then spread outwards, rapidly eroding the entire United States. Instantly, the nation went on high alert. S.H.I.E.L.D and all available Special Forces personnel rushed to Wall Street. To prevent the infected from multiplying, the breeding ground for the virus had to be cut off outside Wall Street. Like fighting a forest fire, cutting down all the trees outside the fire zone to create a windbreak would block the flames and extinguish the fire. Venom, once we catch you, Killer will come too, right? Rogers quickly learned of this news, his eyes burning with intense rage. Killer had run too fast and his concealment was too strong, so much so that he hadn't been dealt with for a while. Now, the opportunity was presented to Rogers. He was determined to avenge Bucky. Venom, prepare to die. He charged out, rushing towards Wall Street with lightning speed. On the other side, inside S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury slammed his fist on the table after seeing the scene on the screen. Everyone, grab your weapons and bring Venom back. His words were full of ambiguity. This was a death order, there was no room for failure. Director, everyone stood up and shouted in unison. The sound lingered in the S.H.I.E.L.D meeting room for a long time. Killer, hidden in the shadows, also sensed Venom's presence. He stroked his chin and stretched. I should go see my creator. I wonder what his expression will be when he sees me again. A sinister smile played on his lips as Carnage shattered the ground with his feet, flying out of the broken building and heading towards the location of Venom's scent. Kill. Fight. Smash. Unleash your fury. Don't care about worldly rules, do whatever you want, Venom encouraged the infected from behind. It's time to end this farce. Rogers suddenly appeared before them, a shield blocking their path. It's you again, Venom sighed helplessly upon seeing Rogers' appearance, touching his forehead and frowning. On the road to victory, there will always be many obstacles. Just smash them all. Venom slowly raised his head, countless spikes now appearing on his body, radiating a chilling light. Your crushing defeat last time still didn't make you understand how pathetic your strength is, how ridiculous your arrogance is, Rogers retorted sarcastically. Without uttering another word, the muscles in his calves and thighs tensed, and he suddenly surged forward. All the infected in his path were sent flying by Rogers' shield. He charged directly at Venom, and with a downward thrust of his shield, struck upwards. Clang. The booming sound of metal clashing rang out, and a metallic figure appeared before Venom, having withstood Rogers' attack. Iron Man armor? Rogers was astonished upon seeing the armor before him. This was Tony Stark's personal item, it couldn't possibly help Venom, and he certainly didn't have the ingenuity to create Iron Man armor. You guessed right, it's him. The Iron Man suit in front of him opened its mask, revealing a familiar face. Tony, how could you help this scum? Get the hell out of here, Rogers lunged forward, his blow aimed squarely at Tony's face. But just before contact, the mask fell back, preventing Rogers from seeing him. Bang! At the same time, a low fire cannon shot blasted out, striking Rogers in the chest. The violent shockwave sent Rogers flying, slamming him into the ground like a parabola. You think you can beat me this time just because you beat me last time? Ridiculous. Venom clicked his tongue in disdain. Then he ordered Tony to kill Rogers. He continued leading his army, expanding outwards. The ever-growing force grew increasingly imposing, a vast and mighty army. Tony, it seems no matter how I call you, I can't wake you up. Rogers, using his shield to brace himself, abruptly stood up. Then let my shield wake you up completely. Adjust your breathing, prepare for battle. The instant Tony fired the cannon, Rogers swiftly dodged to the left, then surged behind Tony. Before he could react, his shield slammed into the back of Tony's head. Bang! A powerful arm instantly blocked Rogers' attack. The terrifying force directly pushed Rogers down. The newly developed symbiote suit could unleash power far exceeding Rogers' strength. Die? Tony coldly uttered this word. The cluster cannon on his chest suddenly gathered countless starlight, like a miniature artificial sun, instantly raising the temperature of the surrounding area considerably. Damn it! Rogers cursed, abandoning his shield and immediately dodging. Under the powerful laser, the ground abruptly split in two, a long, deep trench stretching hundreds of meters. Rogers, recovering from the fatal blow, was breathing heavily, his brow furrowed. He understood the extent of Tony's danger. It seemed he was indeed no match for him now. But without dealing with Tony, he couldn't confront Venom. This was a desperate situation with no other choice. Then let me defeat you. Rogers clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck, his blood seemingly boiling. His aura suddenly changed, transforming him into a warrior ready to die. The wind howled, the Yi River was cold, the hero went forth, never to return. Boom! Another devastating laser beam shot out, giving Rogers no time to rest. It directly forced him into a deadly trap, passively trapping him in an endless cycle of despair. After all, Tony relied on the energy of his armor, while Rogers relied on his own strength. With a constant attrition, Rogers had no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, Tony was currently in a dominant position, pressing Rogers relentlessly. Bang! 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 Flashes of light illuminated the air, instantly blinding Rogers as if he had entered a pitch-black night. Without his shield, he could only raise his hands in front of him to defend against Tony's ever-present attacks. Boom! The iron arm slammed into Rogers' arms with tremendous force. In an instant, Rogers was sent flying, a sharp pain shooting through his arms, as if the bones in his arms were about to shatter. He crashed heavily to the ground, his chest heaving violently, his breathing extremely erratic, and for a moment, he couldn't even open his eyes. He tried to force himself to stand up, but every movement affected his entire body. The pervasive pain made him gasp for breath, his whole body trembling. Damn Tony! At this moment, even Rogers couldn't help but curse 327. Although the two had incompatible personalities and clashed, at this time, he shouldn't be on the side of the real enemy. Snap! Before Rogers could even rest for a moment, a violent whooshing sound rang in his ears. Through his half-open eyes, he could only vaguely see a pair of armored long legs kicking at his head. In an instant, a chaotic buzzing sound filled his head, like countless stars spinning, and suddenly the sky darkened, the whole world losing its luster. Damn it! Rogers uttered a final, regretful sound before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Tony didn't continue attacking Rogers. Instead, the black tissue on his body slowly dripped down, crawling onto Rogers' body. While he was unconscious, it directly invaded his body, infecting him. The Blue Liquid Legion had gained another new, powerful figure. The subjugation of Rogers, who had come alone to stop them, further emboldened Venom, making him arrogant and rampant. Leading his subordinates, he swept out like locusts, covering the entire land. Chapter 196 Dilemma. The Venom Army, spreading across Wall Street like a surging lake, threatened to engulf the entire organization. Everyone, prepare your weapons. Fury, leading his soldiers, had been waiting outside Wall Street to intercept Venom. Upon seeing the densely packed Venom army, he was completely stunned, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. Fire! Once the Venom army was within effective firing range, Fury waved his hand and immediately gave the order. Countless gun barrels flashed with brilliant white light, and a deluge of bullets, like a ferocious beast from ancient times, opened its blood-red lung at the Venom army. Let the world know your strength, Venom roared. He charged forward, countless bullets striking his body, instantly absorbed and forcibly restrained, posing no real threat. The other symbiotes, though not as powerful as Venom, weren't seriously injured by the barrage of bullets. Instead, they were enraged and unleashed a ferocious fighting force. Damn it! Bring out the big guns. I want these disgusting bastards to disappear from the face of the earth forever, Fury roared. His men immediately brought out heavy weapons, grenades, anti-aircraft guns, laser weapons, and more. They hadn't originally intended to riddle Wall Street with holes, but now, there was no other way. All missiles ready, don't worry about anything else, just drop them. Fury gave the same order to the helicopters in the sky. Instantly, artillery roared, and countless missiles were launched simultaneously, bombarding the Venom army relentlessly. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was ablaze with fire, as bright as day, proclaiming humanity's power. Under such fierce firepower, the Venom army had to retreat. Even Venom himself couldn't withstand the extremely high temperatures after the missile explosions. Moreover, some of the weaker symbiotes were instantly dissolved, disappearing from the earth forever. The relentless artillery fire cut off the Venom Legion's advance, driving them into Wall Street. Charge! Fury was the first to stand up, grabbing a sonic weapon and quickly chasing after the retreating Venom Legion. Shatter! Useless! Venom roared in impotent rage. He had thought that with such a massive army, he could achieve something on Earth, but clearly, he had underestimated humanity's strength. He hadn't recognized his own weaknesses either. He was vulnerable to terrifying heat and extremely high-intensity sonic waves. Tony, Rogers, you two, get back to me, Venom roared. Tony and Rogers instantly appeared beside him. Kill those who were rushing in. After giving the order, Venom quickly fled, leaving a large group of troops, Rogers and Tony, to hold off the attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. forces. Those infected by Venom turned around, quietly awaiting Fury and the others' arrival. Tony, Rogers, you two are infected. When Fury rushed in front of them, he was utterly shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing. One Venom might not cause any trouble, but with Tony and Rogers added, it was a different story. These two were key members of the Avengers. Whoosh! Whoosh! And it wasn't over yet. Countless Iron Man suits flew in from behind, all infected by Venom. Damn it! Today's a damn bad day, Fury growled. Raising his head to look at Tony and Rogers, Fury's eyes revealed a resolute determination. Since they were now enemies, there would be no mercy. Whoosh! Fury pulled the trigger. Under the ultrasonic attack, all the Venom-infected individuals collapsed in agony, their body tissues slowly detaching, revealing their true forms. Damn! Does the symbiote enhance its own strength based on the hosts? Seeing Rogers and Tony unharmed, Fury's brow furrowed, and a cold sweat trickled down his back. Fortunately, his subordinates arrived in time. With the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Fury felt a little more confident. He took out his sonic gun and aimed it at Tony and Rogers. Seeing this, the others also picked up their sonic guns and aimed at Tony and Rogers. Fire! Without hesitation, Fury shouted. In an instant, everyone pulled the trigger, and the entire area transformed into a sonic field. Amidst the surging sonic waves, Tony and Rogers felt a deep discomfort. The black tissue covering their bodies gradually disintegrated, seemingly about to detach. Just as success seemed imminent, Fury, overjoyed, prepared to charge forward. Boom! However, at that moment, the Iron Man suits in the sky began attacking Fury and his companions. Countless missiles, bullets, and lasers roared in like a massive wave, threatening to engulf them instantly. Get out of the way, Fury shouted to his men as he dodged. The sonic attack ceased the instant everyone scattered, and Tony and Rogers immediately escaped. Freed from the sonic barrage, Tony and Rogers quickly adjusted their direction and rushed towards Fury and his men, who were dodging the fire. Rogers charged in, his shield flashing, sending a figure soaring into the sky, tracing a perfect parabola before falling back down. Ordinary soldiers were no match for Rogers' advance, they were all rendered helpless in a single move. Rogers, hurry up! These are your former comrades, Fury shouted. He tried to dissuade Rogers, but it was utterly useless. Under shield after shield, Rogers transformed into a war god, grabbing the chicks in front of him and throwing them one by one. Tony was equally merciless, unleashing all the weapons from his armor. The soldiers were almost powerless to resist, instantly blasted away, some even bleeding profusely, nearly fatally wounded, and directly unconscious. Under the onslaught of Tony and Rogers, their formation was instantly shattered. The soldiers only cared about escaping, having no strength to resist. Missiles fired rapidly, shields flew, scattering Fury and his soldiers, plunging them into a desperate predicament. Hill, send reinforcements. When Fury looked up at the sky, Preparing to order helicopters to provide firepower, he saw that they had already been blasted apart by the Iron Man armor, turning into fireballs that fell from the sky and scattered across the ruined ground. The Venom Legion had seized the initiative on the battlefield, and all the soldiers were gripped by endless panic. Hill was frantic upon hearing Fury's cries for help. Even if she sent someone, they might not arrive in time. It was highly likely that the moment she arrived, she would find Fury and the others blasted to pieces by the barrage of artillery fire. Chen Feng. That's right, Chen Feng. Hill immediately thought of Chen Feng. Only this near-invincible man could truly help Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. She immediately dialed Natasha's number, knowing that Chen Feng was very likely near her. Natasha, did you see the riots on Wall Street? The director and the others are in danger inside. Is Chen Feng with you? We need his help, Hill asked bluntly, without giving her time for beating around the bush. I know. Chen Feng and I will be there soon. Tell Fury and the others to hold on a little longer, Natasha replied quickly. Then, glancing at the nonchalant Chen Feng beside her, she said seriously, Chen Feng, come with me to rescue them. Ugh. What a hassle. I shouldn't have left Venom in S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Feng reluctantly shrugged. He wanted to give S.H.I.E.L.D. a bit of trust, but all he got in return was disappointment. If I absorbed Venom, could I also create infinite clones like him? This question popped into his mind, and it was definitely worth a try. Weren't you going to the battlefield? What are you doing running off to? Chen Feng called out to Tasha, who was about to rush out after putting on her tight black outfit. It has to be said, Natasha, with her extremely hot figure, looked incredibly alluring in the tight-fitting clothes. Chen Feng was a little stunned, and couldn't help but swallow. To show respect. What are you looking at me for? Ah. You pervert. Natasha lowered her head shyly, revealing a girlish charm. After things on Wall Street are over, you'd better put this outfit on properly, Chen Feng bluntly stated his inner thoughts. He imagined himself riding on Natasha, feeling the tight leather outfit on her body. Holy crap. Absolutely amazing. Let's talk after you've dealt with Venom. Tasha didn't refuse. In fact, she seemed to be agreeing. Fine, let that trash Venom know what it means to be outmatched. Chen Feng pulled Tasha into the purple void portal. The next moment, the two appeared before Fury. A missile suddenly flew in, tearing through the sky, about to bombard Fury's head. With a snap, Chen Feng reached out and grabbed the missile, crushing it in two with his immense strength. The missile exploded violently, its explosive force threatening to shred Chen Feng's body. But just as the shockwave touched his body, it was blocked by an even stronger force. All the energy from the explosion was confined within a small space, and desperate struggle was futile. Tony and Rogers, you two are really paper tigers, getting yourself into this state by a mere Venom. Chen Feng shook his head regretfully, extremely disappointed in the two. He was counting on Tony to protect Tasha and the others after he left Earth. Now it seems Tasha will have to protect him instead. Sound wave, shockwave. Chen Feng placed his arms parallel, then suddenly brought them together. His palms clashed, unleashing a violent sound, countless times stronger than a sound wave. The instant the high-energy shockwave swept out, Tony, Rogers, the Iron Man suit in the sky, and all the infected were unable to escape. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Collision. The moment it was impacted, its body let out a blood-curdling scream, detaching from its host's cup, disintegrating and merging. With repeated actions, the body suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Then, carried by the rain, they slowly flowed, spreading across the entire ravaged earth. Work done. Chen Feng looked at his masterpiece and let out a soft breath. The black earth, however, had a unique charm. That's it? Everyone stopped in disbelief, standing frozen in place. Venom raced all the way to its destination, Stark Tower. It had thought that with the infinite molecular machine, it could dominate the Earth. But now it seemed that was just wishful thinking. It instantly rushed into Stark Tower, and with the help of its memories, arrived at its most heavily guarded secret base. Besides the infinite molecular machine, Venom also had its eye on another weapon under experimentation, the fusion amplifier. This weapon could fuse multiple elements together to create a new super element. However, It was currently in the experimental stage and could only fuse and amplify organic matter. For even smaller elements, it falls far short of that level. Come on. Come on. S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury, I will have my revenge. Venom's hands suddenly swelled hundreds of times, instantly lifting the fusion amplifier and leaping out of Stark Tower. Thanks to the infinite molecular machine, the number of symbiotes had increased exponentially, already reaching a level where the fusion amplifier could be used. Therefore, Venom intended to use the fusion amplifier to fuse all the symbiotes together, creating a new one. Even if it meant merging himself into it, he was willing to do so. However, at that moment, a scarlet figure suddenly flashed through the air. When it was clearly seen, Zhu, sticking out his tongue, stared at Venom with great interest. How should I address you? Father? Or my creator? Zhu's words were full of mockery. He had long considered himself an independent individual, only acknowledging the essential connection with Venom. If you don't mind, we can work together to control the Earth. How about that? Venom didn't have time to waste with Zhu and directly offered his suggestion. Control the Earth? That's quite a good idea. Then I can kill people on Earth at will. Zhu licked his lips, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes, quite agreeing. Alright, I need your help to protect this thing and not let anyone get close to it. Venom set up the fusion amplifier and began assembling the other parts. What the hell is this thing? Carnage approached the fusion amplifier with a puzzled look, tapping its surface with his fingers. His intelligence was insufficient to understand its function. Just keep an eye on him, Venom snapped, clearly dissatisfied. Seeing Carnage scatter his hands and move away from the fusion amplifier, he continued preparing the other devices. Meanwhile, after being swept by the high-energy shockwave, all the infected had returned to normal. Fury also sent his men to take all the victims to the hospital. Only Tony and Rogers remained, looking dejected, as if reflecting on their actions. Tony, in particular, felt immense guilt. After all, it all stemmed from him. We haven't caught Venom yet, we can't let our guard down. Fury patted Tony's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Once we bring Venom back, we can put him on trial and bring justice to these people. Tony nodded mechanically, still immersed in self-reproach. Can't you even handle this little setback? You're really trash, Chen Feng retorted sarcastically, completely disregarding Tony's feelings. I'll pay for my mistakes, Tony said in a deep voice. Sparks instantly erupted from beneath his feet as he flew towards the dim sky, leaving a long, narrow trail of light. Let's go. Aren't you going to help Bucky get revenge? Chen Feng turned to Rogers and smiled. Of course I will. Rogers' heart burned with the flames of revenge, erupting like a volcano. He grabbed a motorcycle from the side and sped towards Stark Tower. Natasha, you stay here and take care of Fury and the others. I'll bring Venom and Carnage back for you, Chen Feng said calmly. It seemed as if Venom and Carnage were already his for the taking. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared from their spot, heading towards Venom's location. If only Chen Feng were a member of the Avengers, Fury couldn't help but sigh, looking quite regretful. He couldn't possibly work for someone else. Freedom and power were the only things he was willing to pursue. Natasha shook her head, directly rejecting Fury's point of view. I know too, Fury didn't refute, because that was the truth. Outside Stark Tower, Venom had prepared all the equipment, while Zhu watched with curiosity. Within a radius of several thousand meters, all the symbiotes that had merged into the rain, as if summoned, surged rapidly towards the location of the fusion amplifier. Come on. Come on. Let's rule the Earth together. Venom watched the continuous stream of symbiote tissues entering the fusion amplifier with immense excitement. Interesting. Indeed interesting, Zhu also laughed heartily, appearing very excited. What he loved most were battles with extremely high destructive power. Roar, a crisp sound rang out, seemingly piercing through several thousand meters of sky, extremely powerful. The enormous wings burst forth from the fusion amplifier, blotting out the sky in a breathtaking display. Ha ha ha, it's here. It's here. You've finally appeared. Venom's face was beaming as he watched the dragon burst from the fusion amplifier. A symbiotic dragon, this was the result Venom had wanted. Although it was only a memory deep within his mind, it was the most powerful and mysterious race in the symbiote world. Symbiotic dragon, I didn't expect it to be you. Zhu was also filled with excitement, countless red tentacles rising from his body, expressing his current frenzy. This thing is mine. Zhu shattered the ground with his feet, soaring into the sky, instantly arriving atop the 1.5-sized dragon's head. With a powerful thrust of his palms, he pried open the fusion amplifier and leaped inside. Under the fusion amplifier's influence, Zhu Shan instantly merged with the symbiotic dragon, becoming one entity. The symbiotic dragon, originally with a dark style, instantly transformed into a scarlet dragon, its pupils revealing a chilling killing intent. The symbiotic dragon had been infected by the slaughterful nature, and the shadow of killing was deeply imprinted in its mind. Damn beast! Venom cursed the family of the Carnage as he witnessed the scene. He was supposed to enter the symbiote dragon's body, become the unique symbiote god, and rule the earth. But now, everything had suddenly changed, heading in an unknown direction for Venom. The symbiote dragon soared through the sky. Its surface covered in countless crimson tissues that seemed to completely obscure the heavens. "I'll deal with it." Tony activated his acceleration, instantly leaping into the air and arriving beside the dragon. The cluster cannon on his chest emitted a dazzling light, instantly gathering all the energy within the symbiote armor. The temperature in the surrounding area soared, as if trapped in a volcano, threatening to incinerate everything. A long, thin laser beam shot out from the sky, aimed directly at the dragon's heart, a fatal blow. Roar! The dragon roared, its massive mouth spewing forth countless spikes. Like a hail of bullets, the barrage rained down, piercing directly through Tony's cluster cannon. The power remained almost undiminished, striking right in front of Tony. "Screw it," Tony cursed. He tried to dodge, but found himself surrounded by spikes, with no room to maneuver. Now, only a direct confrontation remained. Tony gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. All the weapons in his symbiote suit flashed simultaneously, small missiles, lasers, high-intensity pulse waves, and more, all prepared for a desperate fight. At that moment, Tony shone with a blinding light, transforming into a dazzling star, becoming the sole focus of attention. A laser beam several meters wide ripped through the sky, leaving a horizontal trail in its path, reaching the dragon in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar followed as the devastating laser slammed into the left side of the dragon's abdomen. The area was instantly obscured by thick smoke, making it impossible to see anything. In a mere instant, a blurry, gigantic figure suddenly appeared from the thick fog. Upon closer inspection, the symbiote dragon had burst forth from the fog, charging straight at Tony. The symbiote dragon, its jaws wide open, roared furiously, unleashing a devastating sonic wave. The sonic wave, normally lethal to the symbiote, had now become its weapon, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Under the influence of this sonic wave, Tony's symbiote suit completely malfunctioned, leaving him frozen in place, unable to perform any action. "Damn it! Move!" Tony roared, desperately trying to activate the symbiote suit, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the dragon charged towards him. If he were hit, he would likely be reduced to mincemeat, disappearing from the face of the earth. Tony, who had initially wanted to struggle, suddenly showed a hint of despair in his eyes. "I'll bear the consequences of my own mistakes." He slowly released his grip, preparing to face his death. "What are you thinking about? I'm still waiting for you to protect this planet." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Tony jerked his eyes open and saw Chen Feng standing before him. "It's here." The symbiote dragon arrived at that moment, its massive body casting shadows across Tony's face. "What's the rush?" Chen Feng said calmly. Chapter 198 Smash. Calmly extending his right hand, he instantly blocked the attack of the symbiotic dragon. A scene of immense tension was frozen in midair. This sight left everyone below deeply shocked and utterly incredulous. A frail, even tiny, person could actually block the attack of a colossal dragon that blotted out the sky with just one right hand. My God! Is this person a monster? Am I seeing things? Most people chose not to believe it. In their minds, dragons were invincible, and humans, without weapons, were no different from ants on the ground. The attack blocked. Zhu Shan felt a surge of rage, an unending fire of fury rising from the depths of his heart. "I am a symbiotic dragon. How could I be defeated by a mere human like you?" Die! His massive, mountain-like body suddenly unleashed countless red whips, like threads, hurtling towards Chen Feng. "Get out of the way!" Chen Feng shouted softly. His entire aura suddenly changed, an endless surge of power erupting from within him. That surging energy was like tens of thousands of atomic bombs about to explode. With a forceful push of his right hand, the power of space, the power of time, the power of super thunder, and the power of decomposition, all his abilities merged together, even emitting a low, hissing sound, like a deity from the distant depths of the universe. Thud! A deafening roar echoed in the sky as the dragon was abruptly thrown back, plummeting from the heavens and crashing heavily into the ground some distance away, covered in dust and looking utterly battered. What? This guy isn't from Earth, is he? Venom, hidden in the shadows, was so astonished at the sight that he almost cried out. This was a symbiotic dragon, the ultimate form that every symbiote aspires to evolve into. And yet, it was so easily blasted to the ground by Chen Feng with a single punch. The dragon, lying on the ground, finally shook its head and regained its senses after being unconscious for half a day. It struggled for a moment on the ground before standing up again, looking up at the sky, only to find Chen Feng and Tony nowhere to be seen. My attack didn't even kill you. It seems your strength is not bad. The familiar voice immediately caught the symbiote dragon's attention. It turned its head sharply and saw Chen Feng. I'm going to kill you. With a flap of its wings, a violent wind instantly formed, sweeping towards Chen Feng. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Chen Feng smiled slightly, completely unconcerned about the dragon's attack. With a wave of his hand, a purple spatial portal appeared, instantly swallowing the hurricane and disappearing into the mysterious night. Chen Feng, let me handle this. I'll deal with him myself. Tony and Rogers suddenly stood before Chen Feng, speaking with unwavering determination. Well, not that I'm arrogant, but you two are definitely no match for him. You're just two tiny insects, food. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly. The words were harsh, but the truth was undeniable. Tony and Rogers had no reason to object. They exchanged a glance, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Let's go capture Venom. I can handle Carnage and the symbiote dragon. Chen Feng pointed to a dark corner in the distance and said slowly. The two realized that facing the symbiote dragon with their own strength would be suicide. Therefore, Venom was the best choice. Venom, lurking in the shadows, noticed Tony and Rogers' gazes and panicked. Without thinking, his instinct was to leave. Eddie, let's go. After a brief warning, Venom quickly dispersed and sped off into the distance. Chase him, Tony shouted to Rogers beside him. He had already locked onto Venom the moment Chen Feng revealed his location. Of course I won't let this culprit get away. Rogers instantly dashed off. His speed surprised even Chen Feng. It seemed this kid, no, this over 100-year-old, had accumulated a lot of resentment. In terms of speed, Tony, with his symbiote suit, was faster. He transformed into a whirlwind and instantly reached Venom's location. Before Venom had even run a few meters, he noticed Tony charging towards him from behind. It's you again, Venom roared in fury. Every time he tried to escape, he always ran into these same people. Knowing he couldn't leave without defeating Tony, Venom stopped and turned to face him directly. He had fought Tony before, but only through a sneak attack. A true contest of strength was far more unpredictable. Don't worry, I'm here too. Just then, Rogers arrived, instantly escalating the tension. Tony was already difficult to deal with, now Rogers added to the mix, putting Venom in a desperate situation. 2 against 1? That's not what you superheroes do. Venom pointed at the two men, trying to use his power to force them to abandon their combined attack. Dealing with scum like you doesn't require worldly morality. At this moment, Tony didn't care about his superhero title. The two men stood ready, eyes fixed on Venom, preparing to attack. Suddenly, several long whips shot out from beneath Tony and Rogers' feet, binding their bodies. Since he couldn't threaten the two with justice, Venom naturally decided to strike first, launching a sneak attack. However, the two, with their minds highly focused, immediately noticed the movement around them and reacted instantly, giving Venom no chance whatsoever. My turn. Tony, soaring high into the air, unleashed a laser beam from his palm. Rogers, meanwhile, swiftly threw his shield and charged forward at top speed. In the ensuing clash, Venom was caught in a dilemma, torn between two directions. Before he could decide, Tony and Rogers were upon him. The laser beam slammed into Venom's chest with devastating force, while the shield slammed into his head. In an instant, Venom was dazed, his hands trembling, and countless black shadows surged from his body. Rogers swiftly dodged, avoiding the barrage of attacks. Tony, however, was even more ruthless, using his own strength to obliterate all the black shadows. Beneath his iron arm lay Tony's fury. With each swing, Venom was like a sandbag, battered and bruised by a relentless storm of blows. The black tissue on the body's surface dispersed, turning into thin strands that danced in the air. Rogers, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the venom disintegrated. Without any chance to resist, the parasite Eddie's figure was revealed. "You lost," Tony said coldly. Then he reached for a transparent glass container and collected all the shattered venom into it. "A pathetic piece of trash," Rogers said dismissively. Indeed, compared to the venom, its strength was far inferior. After dealing with the venom, Tony and Rogers both turned their gazes to Chen Feng on the other side. That was now the main battlefield. "Sigh, what a hassle. Let my little cutie handle you." Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. With a casual flick of his wrist, a small toy appeared in his palm. "Go. Pikachu," Chen Feng shouted, immediately tossing the toy in his hand into the air. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the small toy in the air. Although they weren't quite sure what it was, anything Chen Feng threw must have something special. Sure enough, the next moment, the toy suddenly grew larger in the air and crashed down like a mountain. When they saw the toy's appearance, everyone panicked. "That's Godzilla," this question arose in everyone's mind. Because in the hearts of Americans, Godzilla was an image etched in their minds from childhood, one that could never be erased. "Chuggas, go. Crush this little guy." Although the Void Terror's body wasn't much different from the symbiote dragon, its aura completely overwhelmed it. "Yes, Master," Chuggas roared in reply. His voice directly transformed into a shockwave, shattering the pebbles on the ground into dust. "Don't underestimate me." Seeing himself utterly disregarded and slaughtered, boundless rage surged within him. Chen Feng completely ignored the symbiote dragon, already convinced that Cho'Gath could be smashed to pieces by it. Blinded by fury, the symbiote dragon flapped its wings and instantly appeared before Cho'Gath. A pair of incredibly sharp claws lunged at Cho'Gath. Just then, another pair of claws suddenly seized the symbiote dragon's claws. Under the terrifying force, the symbiote dragon had no chance to resist. It was forcibly controlled, struggling violently, but to little avail, unable to escape from Cho'Gath's grasp. However, the situation suddenly changed. The symbiote dragon's wings instantly transformed into two spears spanning the sky, aimed directly at Cho'Gath's head with lightning speed. But despite such a ferocious attack, Cho'Gath remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. Just as the spikes were about to strike Cho'Gath's head, countless sharp spikes suddenly burst forth from the ground, instantly piercing the symbiote dragon's wings. Black blood spread in all directions, splattering across the entire sky. The symbiote dragon let out a painful scream, almost falling from the sky. With a snap, Cho'Gath grabbed the symbiote dragon by the neck, and with a sudden burst of strength, hurled it hundreds of meters away, causing it to crash heavily to the ground, creating a huge crater. The symbiote dragon, lying heavily on the ground, seemed to have completely lost its consciousness. Despite its extremely frenzied killing, it still appeared quite naive in the face of an even more terrifying power. Chapter 199 Wrath. Shaking his head vigorously, Zhu Shan regained some clarity. Supported by his pierced wings, he slowly rose from the ground. Even after such a fatal attack, the symbiote dragon's regenerative abilities were not to be underestimated. However, Cho'Gath seemed completely unconcerned about the symbiote dragon, waiting for it to stand up again. Perhaps the excitement of its first visit to Earth made Cho'Gath extremely excited, unwilling to return to the dull and confined space any longer. "Since you want to play, then play," Chen Feng said, not objecting to Cho'Gath's actions but actually approving. Using the symbiote dragon to train Cho'Gath's strength was a good choice. Roar. The symbiote dragon roared at Cho'Gath. Its wings transformed into arms, and like a lion ready to pounce, it charged out on the blink of an eye. Without warning, the symbiote dragon suddenly disintegrated into countless tiny pieces mid-air, completely disappearing into the air. Cho'Gath, unfazed by the scene before him, calmly awaited the reappearance of the symbiote dragon. Whoosh! Moments later, behind Cho'Gath, countless black threads converged, transforming into the symbiote dragon. Its gaping maw unleashed a deluge of spikes, threatening to engulf Cho'Gath in an instant. Even so, Cho'Gath remained remarkably relaxed, calmly opening its mouth. A roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and a towering shockwave swept outwards, instantly transforming an area of several thousand meters into a sonic domain. All the spikes, upon contact with the shockwave, dissolved instantly, leaving not a trace. Even the countless black threads on the symbiote dragon's surface dripped down like ice exposed to light. Under the relentless onslaught of the terrifying shockwaves, the symbiote dragon was completely overwhelmed, revealing its slaughterful form. He was clutching his head, his face contorted in agony, his pain palpable even from afar. Taking advantage of the moment when the massacre was suppressed, Kog'Maw strode forward, arriving beside the symbiote dragon. With a single kick, he sent the dragon flying. The symbiote dragon crashed to the ground again, countless pieces of black tissue falling away, forming what appeared to be a small lake around it. This time, Kog'Maw gave Zhu Shan no time to rest. He charged forward with lightning speed, his foot landing on the symbiote dragon's neck with the force of the mountain crashing down, instantly snapping its neck. The war was finally over. The symbiote dragon transformed into endless black tissue, coalescing into a blazing inferno that engulfed most of Wall Street. The audience below stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the terrifying symbiote dragon had died before their very eyes. Not bad, fast and swift, a bit like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Chen Feng murmured softly. Cho'Gath, having defeated the symbiotic dragon, had no intention of returning. He strode over to Carnage, watching him with interest. Carnage, having already exhausted all his power, was now too weak to fight Cho'Gath. He could only glare angrily at Cho'Gath to express his bravery. After scrutinizing Carnage for a while, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Cho'Gath sniffed Carnage. He was clearly looking at his prey, deciding which part to devour. You bastard, you wouldn't be thinking of. The moment this thought crossed Chen Feng's mind, Cho'Gath opened his massive maw and swallowed Carnage whole, crunching a few times. It tasted like chicken. Then he swallowed Carnage whole, skin and all. Since the ability to devour everything comes from you, you must also have it. Let me see. Chen Feng watched Cho'Gath intently, eager to witness his display. Just then, a thick, sharp spike suddenly shot out from Cho'Gath's body, instantly piercing through the heavens and earth. Then, in a few short seconds, all sorts of weapons materialized within Cho'Gath's body, transforming it into a veritable arsenal. Holy crap! It really worked. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't contain his excitement. This was what he wanted to see. This was what he had always hoped for, to harness the power of others for his own use. And through Cho'Gath, Chen Feng had already found the answer. Now, all he needed to do was find the celestial body in the universe, and he would be completely successful. Then, without needing a container, his own body would be the container for the Infinity Stones. He would be the strongest being in the infinite universe. At this moment, Cho'Gath, intrigued, flicked his finger, and a small portion of the symbiote infected Tony. The vast difference in strength left Tony with no chance to resist, and Shunji was transformed into a small dinosaur. It suits you quite well, doesn't it? Chen Feng stroked his chin, offering his opinion. Cho'Gath, standing nearby, seemed to have heard Chen Feng's words and nodded in agreement. With me taking action, how could things not look good? Tony had become a puppet, transforming into various forms at Cho'Gath's control. Dogs, cats, raccoons, weasels, all sorts of lewd little animals were manifested through Tony. Come back when you're done playing. You'll have plenty of time to play later. Seeing that Cho'Gath seemed a bit engrossed in his game, Chen Feng spoke up to stop him. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Cho'Gath finally stopped playing, retrieved some of the symbiote tissue from Tony's body, and transformed it back into a cute little toy, returning to Chen Feng's palm. What just happened to me? Tony, now back to normal, looked around in bewilderment. But the others simply shook their heads silently. Since the perpetrator had already erased Tony's memories, there was no need to tell him such a humiliating story. Jarvis, tell me what just happened. With no one else willing to help, Tony could only place his last hope on Jarvis. Mr. Stark seems to be alright. Jarvis paused, then, after receiving Chen Feng's message, quickly changed direction. Because Chen Feng had said he would send the photos to Tony later. When everything settled down, the previously gloomy sky finally cleared. Countless people raised their heads, gazing at the bright sunshine, and finally sighed. The Venom crisis, thanks to Chen Feng's efforts alone, had been completely eradicated in a short time. It was entirely a case of one man single-handedly turning the tide. Natasha, it's time for dinner. Let's go back. Chen Feng took a step and was instantly beside Natasha, speaking gently. He completely forgot about Fury and the others standing nearby. Let's go back. We'll handle the rest. Seeing Natasha's gaze, Fury smiled helplessly. Chen Feng had spoken. Did he have the right to refuse? Besides, This crisis was almost entirely resolved by him alone. "Thank you, Director," Natasha smiled gratefully. Then, together with Chen Feng, they stepped into the Void Gate, heading towards the RUO family home. What a happy family. Fury watched Chen Feng and Natasha leave, a look of envy on his face. There was once a sincere love placed before him, but for various reasons, they ultimately couldn't be together. Thinking back now, it always fills him with endless regret. "Everyone, listen up. Clean up the battlefield." Fury turned to the others, his serious expression returning. As for Tony, after taking one last look at the battlefield, he didn't leave a word of farewell and instantly flew towards the Stark Tower. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have remembered something and needed to find out the truth quickly. "Captain, you've worked hard too. Go see Bucky, he's been keeping your promise." Fury walked to Rogers and patted him on the shoulder. The battle was over, the remaining trivial matters didn't require Rogers' attention. It was a good opportunity for him to see Bucky. It would save him from constantly banging on the hospital walls out of boredom, annoying the doctors and patients. "Okay, I'll be going then." Rogers glanced around, seeing that he didn't have much to do, and nodded. He hopped on his motorcycle, transforming into a speed demon, and Rogers' figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Fury looked at the scene before him, his heart still heavy. So much had happened recently. From the initial battle against the Chitauri and Loki's invasion, to the arrival of the Dark Elves, and now the Venom chaos. The fundamental issues hadn't been alleviated, instead, the situation was only getting worse. Who knew how chaotic the future would become? Fury sighed deeply, his mind in turmoil. Things would work themselves out. He needed to deal with the present before worrying about the future. Back at Stark Tower, Tony frantically searched the shattered living room. That envelope, the one used as a bargaining chip for Venom, the one containing the name of his father's killer, he had to find it. Soon, with Jarvis's help, he found the envelope under the table. At that moment, Tony's hands trembled, he hesitated even to open the envelope. It was like a Pandora's box, full of temptation, but also carrying an even greater danger. "I will help you find that person." At that moment, Tony suddenly remembered his promise to his father. His heart tightened, and with a swift movement of his right hand, he tore open the envelope, sending several photographs tumbling out. Tony reacted quickly, catching all 3 photos in one go, his eyes wide with intense focus as he stared intently at them. When he saw what was on them, veins bulged on Tony's forehead, and he was consumed by rage. Chapter 200 Worries. The hands holding the photo clenched tightly, the already old photograph instantly folding into a ball, blurring the figure within. It was him. No doubt about it. It was him. That thing, no one else could have it. At this moment, Tony's mind was filled with his image. Especially remembering his former profession, the extent of his past service was now 100% certain. He hasn't gone far, definitely not far. Muttering to himself like a madman, Tony donned his symbiote suit at lightning speed and instantly rushed out of Stark Tower. Send more people. These aren't enough. And call those cops who only know how to eat and do nothing. If they take taxpayers' money and do nothing, I'll kill them sooner or later. Fury also joined the restoration team, cleaning up the mess. Thump. Just then, Tony suddenly landed beside Fury, the loud sound making Fury immediately turn his head. "Tony? What's wrong? Where's Rogers?" The two spoke at the same time, leaving Fury a little confused. "Rogers, I sent him back," Fury said slowly, then asked seriously, "What do you want with him? Back? Back to his home, or back to S.H.I.E.L.D? Tony ignored Fury's questions and pressed for details. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Fury didn't answer directly, wanting to understand Tony's situation. "Just tell me, where's Rogers?" Tony was clearly very anxious, his tone a bit aggressive. "No, tell me your purpose first, then I'll tell you where Rogers is." Fury shook his head, firmly refusing. "There's a problem." Just from Tony's words and expression, I can tell there's a big problem. Casually telling Tony Rogers' location could very well lead to a terrible mistake. "Forget it." Tony decisively left, not spending too much time entangled with Fury. "Damn it. What happened?" "Can't I tell you?" Fury glared at the air, inwardly seething with annoyance. These people, one by one, think they're all so powerful just because they have a little skill. "Rogers, get me on the phone." Fury pulled out his phone and dialed Rogers' number. Whatever Tony wanted from Rogers, he couldn't let them meet now. Otherwise, He could imagine a bloodbath. "Jarvis, can you contact Monday? Have him find Bucky's location for me," Tony commanded Jarvis while flying at high speed. "I'll try, sir." After all, Monday and Jarvis were like mentor and friend. Finding someone's location wouldn't be a big problem. "Hurry up," Tony said impatiently. The inner demons of many years were finally about to be broken. "Father, I will avenge you." These words resurfaced in Tony's mind. VI. Beep beep beep, you have a new email. At this critical moment, an email suddenly arrived in Tony's inbox. "Put it aside for now, I don't want to read it," Tony decisively refused. He had no time to check emails right now. "You'd be a fool not to read it. You'd be a fool not to read it," but the system seemed to be malfunctioning, repeatedly displaying this phrase as if infected by a virus. Zuten. Which boring guy. Tony immediately knew that a virus had been planted in it. If he didn't open the email, this phrase would repeat indefinitely. But who? Who would be so bored? A face instantly flashed into Tony's mind. Chen Feng. Besides him, no one else could possess superior skills and use such childish methods. Reluctantly, Tony had no choice but to open the email. In an instant, Tony's face darkened, and he completely forgot about revenge. Damn it, is this a prank video or is it real? The email opened to reveal a short, hilariously absurd video. In the video, he seemed to be controlled by something, constantly changing into various animal forms, even mimicking their signature movements, looking utterly ridiculous. Screw it, Tony cursed, deleting the email immediately. He took a deep breath, feeling slightly better, and closed his eyes to calm himself. Catch Bucky first, Tony kept telling himself, trying to forget everything that had just happened. Ha ha ha, Tony will be furious when he sees this video. Chen Feng put down his phone, already imagining Tony's face and neck turning red. Although this was a bit unfriendly to him, what had happened still needed to be made known to the person involved. "Chen Feng, isn't what you're doing a bit inappropriate?" Tasha pointed to the email she had sent, her face full of worry. Since it had already happened to him, wouldn't it be even more cruel to keep him in the dark? Would that make him look like a fool in front of everyone? Would people laugh at him for knowing nothing? Chen Feng's cunning words immediately drew Natasha into his trap, and she naturally felt that this was the right thing to do. "No, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Dinner's almost ready, let's call Mindy and the others out to eat." Chen Feng abruptly ended the topic. Sigh, Natasha sighed, a silent tribute to Tony's tragic fate. Now that things had come to this, all she could do was pray for him. "Fury, is there anything else?" Roger's worried voice came through the phone. Instinctively, she thought something bad had happened again. "Everything's fine here, but you need to be careful. Tony's acting strangely, he came looking for you." Fury immediately told Rogers what had just happened. All he could offer was advice. Rogers shouldn't meet with Tony until things were cleared up. The final decision was entirely in Rogers' hands. "I understand, thank you, Fury." Hanging up, Rogers floored the accelerator, the engine roaring and thick black smoke billowing out. In the blink of an eye, a black motorcycle sped off like lightning across the empty highway. Bucky? Could it be Bucky? This question immediately flashed through Rogers' mind. If he and Tony had a conflict, Tony would have settled it with him after the fight. But clearly, he hadn't. Moreover, he had fallen into deep sleep during World War II after crashing into an iceberg, only recently waking up. Their conflict was merely a difference of opinion, not a deeper clash. Therefore, the only person he could truly relate to was Bucky. "Tony, I won't let you hurt Bucky." Even without knowing what happened, he would definitely stop Tony. With a roar, Rogers had returned home. "Jarvis, what did Monday say?" Tony asked Jarvis again. "No response yet, we'll have to wait a bit, sir." "Hurry up, sir, Jarvis is asking me about Bucky's location." Chen Feng, who was having dinner at the table, heard Monday's words. "Looking for Bucky's location?" Chen Feng put down his chopsticks and remained silent for a moment. Jarvis shouldn't have any reason to look for Bucky, so it could only be Tony. But Tony and Bucky didn't have much interaction, they'd only met twice. Could it be that Tony discovered his father's killer was actually Bucky? Chen Feng immediately thought of the only possibility. "Don't tell Jarvis." After a moment, Chen Feng said directly. If he told Tony Bucky's location now, Tony would find him instantly. And without Roger's protection, Bucky would be 100% killed by Tony. Then the conflict between Rogers and Tony would never be resolved. After leaving Earth, Tony was still playing a cat-and-mouse game with Rogers. Don't expect Tony to help Natasha and the others. Natasha even had to constantly mediate between the two. Yes, sir. After receiving Chen Feng's instructions, Monday remained silent. Jarvis, I can't pinpoint Bucky's location. Mr. Stark, Monday said he can't help, Jarvis said with slight regret. He thought that with their relationship, such a small matter would be easily resolved. But now it seemed he was too naive. Damn it. He wouldn't even help with something this small? Tony was furious and cursed Monday. Blinded by hatred, he had already forgotten that Monday had returned to Chen Feng's 1.7 home. He also couldn't deduce that Monday was acting on Chen Feng's orders. I can find Bucky's location even without him, Tony clenched his fist inwardly. Jarvis, do big data analysis and find where Bucky is most likely to be. But sir, big data analysis takes a very long time, Jarvis said uncertainly. Just get started. Tony immediately dismissed Jarvis's concerns. What's a little time if you can find Bucky? Tony's unwavering attitude left Jarvis with no choice but to comply. Peter, maybe you can help me too. Peter's image suddenly flashed into Tony's mind. Spider-Man, perhaps he's also good at finding people. Without hesitation, Tony dialed Peter's number. Mr. Stark, what can I do for you? Peter's youthful voice came through the phone. Today, because of the Venom incident, Peter didn't do his routine street patrol but stayed home with Aunt May and Uncle Ben. I need your help, Tony stated his purpose concisely. What? You actually need my help? Really? If you don't want to, that's fine too. No, I'm willing, of course I'm willing, I just can't believe you would contact me. Peter quickly shook his head, almost missing this golden opportunity, the best chance to join the Avengers, because of his excitement. Mr. Stark, if I help you, can I become a member of the Avengers? Peter asked cautiously, afraid that a single wrong word would strip him of this unparalleled honor. If you perform well this time, I can agree to let you join the Avengers. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.